Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing on this Monday morning, evening, afternoon, depending on where you're watching from? I hope wherever you're watching from is not as hot as in Germany right now, because it is we are in hell right now. It is so freaking hot, man. I have a really hard time dealing with very hot weather. I do not like it. My body does not like it. I don't sleep well and stuff. I don't know, man. Wait for Wednesday. Is it supposed to get colder on Wednesday? No, 40. Oh, 40 on. Okay, it gets. You're telling me it gets even worse. Okay, sick. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's good to know, dude. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. It seems like a lot of you guys are sharing the same fate in different countries. So yeah, we can all suffer together today. It is what it is. Yeah. Hope everyone is doing fine regardless. Thank you all for the early subs. I appreciate you guys. Welcome back. Paul Gruppe, Nilmi, thank you for the 34 months. Alessio Pizzulo, thank you for the 17. Europa Boy, thank you for the 29. There's surely gonna be paleo support in Doom of Dimension. Don't worry about it. Orbo Known, thank you for the 13 months, and Cat Amantalodes, thank you for the 27. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right. We have a couple of things to do today. The Master Duel season is coming to an end, or the month is coming to an end. So we're just gonna mess around with the Gladiator Beast deck, I suppose. Will we get the Psychic deck profile today? Okay. You know what? I still have it built. It is on my desk. If you really want to, I can show you the deck I played at Sneak Peek. Yes, I can show you. If you insist, I do have it ready. Yeah. Did you see that Dinkang Pham is the first Lorcana World Champion? I did see that. Yeah, I did watch the finals yesterday because my fiance is actually quite interested. She plays Lorcana a decent amount at the moment. So we did check out the finals. It was pretty crazy to see. Yeah, pretty sick. Yeah, okay. Why don't we warm up, give everyone some time to assemble, and then we hop right into the things we're gonna do today. It's gonna be a mixed bag today. We're gonna do a Duelist Advance opening. I have, you know what? I'll tell you guys after the warm up. Why not? That's what we usually do, right? Gnua God, thank you for the gifty. I appreciate that. Someone's very happy about the sneak peek deck profile. Appreciate you. Seal X and Night Sider and Saturn, thank you guys for the subs as well. Appreciate you guys. How was your sneak? Mine was nice. Grabbed my playset. I'll show you what I got in a second. Mine was okay. The pulls weren't great, but yeah. Anyways, let's get some cards. This is Grave Squirmer. I believe the OG. Yeah. Oh, that's Shockmaster. Oh my god, I did not even need a zoom for that. Oh, dude, Redstone. No. What is it called, dude? The stone. Stone of Red? No. Blackstone. There it is. Blackstone. Not Redstone. Fabled Leviathan, I think. Nice. Dude, we're popping off. Today's the day. Future. No, not Fortune Lady. Not fire, is it? Purity? The hell? Fortune Future. Dude, I'm skipping it. I know it's a Fortune Lady spell, but I just can't. I don't know what it's called. And you guys don't know it either. Fortune's Future. Okay. Like, is that Super Rejuvenation? No, it's not. I need one more zoom. I know what it is though. Gilasaurus. This one does not feel familiar. Dark Spirit of Malice. Oh, that's a very old card as well. Mystic Box. Is that Bobblehead? No. It's a Marincess, right? Spring Girl? Yeah. Jam breeding machine? Not sure. No, it has something to do with it though. Reactor slime? Yeah. Forced ceasefire. I think that's a fusion spell. Is there a spiral fusion? No. Oh, rapid trigger. Yeah. That is 100 Eyes. 100 Eyes Dragon. I don't think it has 100 eyes, actually. I never counted, but it doesn't feel like 100. I feel like they're lying to us. That's a Shiranui card. I'm thinking about skipping it. One attempt. Okay, no. That is Lyrilusk. Lyrilusk. Is it Cobalt Sparrow? No. Is it? Yes. Okay. Virtual World. Virtual World. That's Lulu, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, is that Tistina? I am not good with Tistina names. Oh, it's not Tistina. Patriarch. Oh, is that the one they sent for X-Ryzeal now? I feel like I've seen that recently. Gaga tag. Okay. I don't know what that is. I don't think I've ever seen this. Blizzard Princess. This feels familiar. Cyber Dragon. That's a Cyber Dragon. I think it's Nexter. Yeah. Malefic Stardust. That is Twin Lila Treat. Yeah. That is Reactin. That is Mistaken Arrest, I think. No, Mistaken Accusation. Yeah. That is Dice Foon. Do I know that? Oh, that's an Xyz. Dark flat top. Yeah, I think that's an Exceed. Maybe it's a synchro. Is that Rocks Rose? It is Rocks Rose. Ooh, that's another Fable. That's Ragin. No. Ghost Trick Museum? No. Renovation? Renovation. That is Koakimairu Rooklord? Please. No. Iron Core Armor? Nice. I know this one. I don't think so. This one I don't know. Freakular. Wait, that's Rejuve. No. Oh, what is that? Evil Eye? That is Evil Eye. Oh, God. Repose? Repose? Okay. Oh, not. Okay. Dude, the vanilla. The very old vanilla. Trachodon? Trachodon. It's not Urabi. Urabi is like brown, I think. Something synchro related, but I do not know what it's called. Synchro transmission. That is Silk. That is Win or some Gusto, but I don't know. Gusto. No, I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it because I don't know. There's like 10 of these. Winda, Priestess of Gusto, yeah. This is Zephyra or Ritual Beast. Zephyra. There's a lot going on. Chosen of Zephyra. Yeah. Terror King Archfiend. Infernal Queen Archfiend. Oh, no. Bishop? It could be Bishop. Dark Bishop, Archfiend. Ah, okay. Dude, I don't know what it's called. I've seen it 100%. I think this is a monster, is the funny thing about this. It doesn't look like a monster, but it is a monster. Judgment Hand. I have seen this card, but I have no idea what it's called. Enlightenment. Mm-hmm. Bean Soldier. Oh, not a Guldo. Oh, God. Painlanius? Oh, that's Exa. No? Wait, what is that? Abyss. Ah? I feel like I've seen this card. Oh, it's not what I thought it was. Oh god, it looks so different. Abyss Warrior. Okay. It's not what I thought. Laboon. Sulfacore, Dreamia. Nope, I've been lied to. Gracia. Dude, we fumbled. It's still a good round. Oh, that's the Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, Ernest. I don't even know what's going on here. That is Garden Rose Flora. Garden Rose Maiden. Okay, 50-50 has been lost successfully. That is this window, right? Yeah, the Ritual Beast one. Another Sulfacord. Julia. Stop giving me Sulfacords. I don't know him. What is this stupid fortress thingy called? Stronghold Guardian. Defender. Yeah. Is that Destiny Draw? That's a skip, I think. Let's see if we can quickly get the last card in. Don't think so. 3 seconds. No. Dude, 846 is normally pretty good. Today I feel bad about it because I felt like we were on crazy pace. I felt like we were on pace for 1,000. And then the second half or the last third was just like kind of eh. Is the one thing is starting with a very good pace. The other thing is being able to hold that pace until the end. Did not manage to do that, but still 846 pretty good. The first half was pretty cracked. All right, let's quickly guess this card for today. Ooh, it's an effect monster with 1500 attack. 1500 attack, but higher defense than 1500. This is easy but hard. Okay, what does that mean? 1500 attack, but higher defense. It's newer than 2015. It's higher than level 4. So we're looking at a... What is Visa Starfrost, a warrior or a fairy? It's a warrior. Okay, unfortunately, it's not a warrior, so it cannot be Visa Starfrost. Dude, a high-level monster with 1500 attack is not super common. What's is maybe one of the tennies 1500 attack? Vishuda is 1500, but it's not a dark. What is Ashina's attack? 1600. Any other high-level tennies? I think the others are all... Yeah, no, it's not a tenny. It's not a tenny. Ice Jade. No, none of those is 1500 attack. Or... Oh. Maximus. Dogmatica Maximus is a very good guess. Okay. It is from 2020. It is not just an effect monster. It's a level 8 monster with 1500 attack. But it's either like it could be a synchro, a fusion, or a something like tuner or pendulum. Or a ritual, I guess. I don't know if there maybe is a ritual. Megalith? Is there a megalith with 1500 attack? Megalith. All right. Yeah, I see what you mean now by saying this one is easy but hard, because it's like once you think of rituals, I feel like Megalith are kind of like in recent memory because they just got support announced. But then again, thinking of Megalith is not easy because they've never really been meta relevant. But okay, yeah, Megalith, Bethor. Easy clap. Okay. There we are. Warm up out of the way. Welcome everybody to the stream today. We have a couple of fun things planned for today to get ourselves through this heat through this hot day. We're going to be doing a little bit of everything. We're going to be doing a little bit of TCG, a little bit of Master Duel, and a little bit of OCG today. So a little bit for everybody. Because a lot of cool stuff happened over the course of the weekend. And what we're going to start with is some TCG, because there was the Duelist Advance sneak peek over the course of the weekend. So we'll talk about that real quick. I also have a booster box of Duelist Advance that I bought at the sneak peek that we can open. And then, you know, we'll do a little bit of that. I will also show you guys the deck that I played at sneak peek because people have demanded it. Because what I did, I'll tell you about it right now. So I went to a sneak and I posted after I played the sneak. I posted no luck with the polls, but I went 5-0 with psychics. And in my head, I didn't even think of the possibility that people would interpret this as I went to a sneak peek and they did a regular tournament and I just played a normal psychic deck with the new cards. Because what I've never been to a sneak preview where they don't play sealed. Like I like to do that. I like to go to sneak peeks that play sealed, where you play with the cards from the packs. I didn't even know that the majority of sneaks apparently these days are held with like regular decks. I've never been to one, so I thought it was obvious that I just pulled a bunch of psychic cards, but people got really excited and thought I just built some crazy sauce with the new psychic cards, which I didn't, unfortunately. But still, for the memes, people were still asking for a deck profile, so I guess I'll show you what I played at sneak peek real quick. It's just 20 cards. It's going to be over in a couple of minutes, but yeah, it was a fun sneak, this one. The only crazy thing is that I didn't pull any copy of Spring, which was a cracked card at the sneak peek, by the way. Let me move over here. There was, let me see. I have extra copies somewhere. Spring, where's Spring? Spring. Here. This card, dude, this card was, I don't know how many of you guys played the sneak, but I think everyone who played a sealed sneak can relate to how crazy Spring was at sneak. It was a nightmare to go up against, especially because I had zero. I had no Spring. So the way Spring works is you put it in the field zone, you choose any number of your main monster zones, they cannot be used anymore. You gain a counter for each, and for each counter on this thing, your monsters gain 400 attack. And then if you can swap it out for a second copy of Spring, which is part of its effect, then your zones are not even locked anymore, which is insane. So like people were just like, after I won the first and second round, everyone I played against just had one or multiple copies of Spring. And like you just activate it, you declare 4 monster zones, it gains 4 counters, all of your cards gain 1600 attack, which is insane at sneak peek. And then if you have a second copy of Spring, you can even switch it out next turn and then like gain more counters and unlock some of your zones. It was insane. And I had no Spring. Luckily, I actually did something that is very rare at sneak peeks with modern Yu-Gi-Oh sets, which is that I pulled some pretty synergistic cards together. Most of the time, when you just open 5 packs, you have a bunch of like stuff that doesn't work together. But I actually managed to pull, and I feel like I got insanely lucky with it, which is the problem, I guess, with modern Yu-Gi-Oh sneaks, is that you have to get incredibly lucky to pull synergistic stuff. But I pulled some pretty sick psychic combos, which were actually pretty fun to pull off. So there were 5 good cards in my deck, and the rest was kind of ass. But since it's just a 20-card deck for a sneak, it was fine. So the 5 good cards I had were these 5 psychics. And the rest was just basically unusable stuff. I had some 1 tributes, which I played together with Miracle Raven, because Miracle Raven can ritual summon itself to be tribute fodder. Then I pulled a Medius, which was the only ultra rare I pulled, and I pulled no secrets. But it was 1800 Drusni, so I played the Medius with some Archmage support. Unfortunately, I didn't pull the level 1 that Medius can summon out. I didn't have that. Your locals does English sneak. They have both. Luckily, you can choose if you want English or German, which is really nice because I prefer English cards. I really like playing the sneak, but I don't like getting German packs. So they do have English, which is nice. And then literally this is an 1800 beater, and the rest is pretty bad cards for sneak. But I had to get to 20 somehow. So basically, my main combo the entire day was I just sat there. My opponent activated Spring, locked like 4 monster zones, and they had 1 monster. The rest of their monster zones were locked, so they kept attacking. I kept setting monsters to not die. And then eventually I would draw Serene Psychic Girl. And then I would use... So you go Serene Psychic Girl, banish a card from your hand, special a Psychic from your deck. You go Synchro 5, and I pulled this one, which is a super rare, so I got lucky to pull it. I pulled it twice, which doesn't matter, but it was funny. This one revives this one. Then these go into a level 8 synchro, which I also pulled, which is Crossmind Archfiend. And then you can use... This one revives a Psychic from Banish. So you go Hushed Psychic Minister, banish itself and another Psychic from the graveyard to banish an opponent's monster until the end phase. Which is good because it removes the 1 monster they have, which is very big because of Spring. And then this thing brings 1 back from Banish. So like... Which, you know, for a 1-card combo at a sneak preview, this was pretty good. This 1 card basically allowed me to get 2 synchros, which attack for a ton of damage. This is together almost 8,000 damage. And then this is a quick effect to revive, so you can even revive on the opponent's turn, which was pretty fun. And then I had some other psychic support as well. So that was basically how I won all of my rounds. I just waited to get one of the psychic starters, either the Psychic Girl or the Parallel Teleport, and then I got cooking, which was my sneak peek experience, which was pretty fun, surprisingly. Because I mean, the thing is, I usually have fun at sneak peeks, but like there are some sets where you just have like an outrageous amount of cards that don't do anything because they're not meant to like be played and sealed anymore. But this one I got lucky and I pulled some synergistic cards, so that was cool. So yeah, I did win the sneak. Unfortunately, they didn't have an English copy of the Medius, but I did get the Medius promo, which I gotta say, having pulled the ultra rare Medius in the packs, comparing the ultra and the secret does look nicer, I feel like, for it. For the Medius, but yeah, that was that. So I did get the sneak promo. I traded for some cool stuff. I did get some cool stuff. I got my hands on a Lemnis Gate and a Sky Striker A0, and I also got my hands on 1 Gold Leo and a Diacturus. Unfortunately, since I do prefer English cards, and the majority of people at the sneak preview opened German packs, I had a limited selection of people that I could trade with. But it was cool because I did actually trade with people, which I haven't done in a while. Because I actually took the time to put some of my extra cards in a binder and I brought it to sneak, so that was cool. Oh yeah, and then also we are opening a box of Duelist Advance now because I did have 1 extra, or they did have leftover boxes at the sneak, so they sold them after, and I grabbed one of them so we can open one and see what we can grab. Normally I don't really what's it called? I don't really buy sealed product, but I was just kind of excited about the new set. I had fun at Sneak, and I am also excited about the return of Starlight Rares at a let's call it a more realistic pull rate, right? Because Starlight Rares used to be one every, like, I think one every case, or maybe one every 2 cases, which was really hard to pull. And now Starlight Rares return at the rate that QCRs used to be, right? So you get a Starlight now once every, what's it called? Once every 3 or 4 boxes, which is way more realistic to pull. So, and I'm not planning, I mean, normally I just buy the singles, right? But like, I'm not planning to buy Starlights as singles, because that would just be way too expensive. So if I pull like a nice Starlight, that'd be pretty cute. So, yeah. Let us get these packs out of here, and let's just see if we can get lucky with Duelist Advance, shall we? Mods, if you want to, you can run a gamba on whether we get a star. Oh, that's already up. Never mind. Good job, mods. Good job. Okay. The thing is with Duelist Advance, there's nothing super expensive in here, and in terms of the non-Starlights, I think the most expensive. What's the most expensive secret rare? Hold up. What is the most expensive secret? I'm checking on Card Market right now. Most expensive. The most expensive secret rare is Sky Striker Ace Zero with about 25 bucks. Which is not very expensive for the most expensive secret rare in a set, which is, I mean, of course, it's good and bad news at the same time. It does make the set worse to open, I understand that. But as someone who is interested in a couple of cards from this set, it is good news. It is good news to not have to spend infinite money on getting the cards I want from this set. But of course, I understand that when you're opening it, you would like to have some chase cards in here. I guess the chase cards in this case are just going to have to be the Starlight Rares. I guess that's just how it is. So let's see if we can grab one. Let me rearrange this mic real quick so it's not in the way. The Vanquish Soul card is almost as expensive as the Secret Rare. Yeah, Holy Sue is pretty expensive. All right. Actually, let me move closer so I don't have to reach that far up. All right. We start things off with RB Funk Doc. And then we have Archmage Littera. So what we're expecting to pull is 4 Ultras and 2 Secrets. And then if we get lucky, a Starlight Rare. I am not sure if Starlight Rares usually replace one of the Secrets, or if you can get... I mean, I know you can get 2 Secrets and a Starlight. All right, first of the Dragon Lords. Okay, we still haven't pulled any of our hits. We're still waiting for the first Ultra or Secret. In terms of Ultras, I mean, I'm really hoping to pull a Vanquish Soul Holy Sue, of course. That'd be the one Ultra I really care about. Yep, so far nothing. RB Valken Rocket. All right, there's our first Ultra. It is, unfortunately, not one of the best ones. Argo Star's Adventurous Arion is the first Ultra we get. I don't think that one's going to be too expensive. I mean, I don't think any of the Ultras are that expensive outside of Holy Sue. I think most of the Ultras are pretty low. And there we go. That's another Medius the Pure. I am 2/3 towards my playset with that. I guess we'll take it. It's no Holy Sue, but... Tessera the Primal Squire. I mean, technically I have a playset of Medius now, but I don't count the secret rare. Because I would want 3 of the same. Alright, and that's the first secret. It is part of the Archmages. I don't think this one is particularly expensive. Nerva, the Power Patron of Creation. I don't have it yet, so that's fine with me. I do plan on picking up the Archmage stuff probably, because my personal prediction is that it will be good at some point. So yeah. Another Tessera. Got Primite Fusion. And then we have the third Ultra, which is once again no Holy Sue. It is RB the Brute Blues. All right, halfway through the box. Still raging for that Starlight rare. Ooh, okay, the second secret is Archmage Diactorus. I think we got owned on the secrets. I think we need to be saved by a Starlight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're pulling an entire Archmage deck in this box. Which is, as of now, not very good. We got Lunalight Liger Dancer. Gagaga Ganbaranite. It's fine, y'all. We're getting a Starlight and a Holy Sue as the other Ultra. Mind Procedure. No problem. Holy Sue any moment now. Holy Sue! There we go. At least something. Still not a good box, but that has made it significantly less bad. Now we do have a couple of packs left. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we can get lucky. Oh, Morgana, the Witch of Eyes. There is 6 packs left. We have pulled 4 Ultras and 2 Secrets, so this could just be supers only, but I don't know, maybe we can get lucky. I've heard of people that pulled 3 Secrets in a box. Okay. I am one of those people. I am one of those people. Funnily enough, this does not really save us. The third secret is nice. I don't think I've ever had that. I don't think I've ever pulled 3 secrets in a box. However, all the 3 secrets we have were like, I think under $5, I guess, but okay. Well, that feels good. At least. That's Psychic Blaster. I've pulled one before. Oh, I have pulled one before as well. Don't worry. I've been there. I've pulled one secret in the past for sure. So I guess this makes up for it somewhat. All right, couple more chances to pull a Starlight. This is RB Got 10 Cutter. Two boosters. Okay, spoilered it. This is not one. This is Readying of Rights. All right, last pack. Are we gonna get a Starlight or not? Yeah. Try not to spoiler the edges of the card. Nope. Archmage Littera is the last card. No Starlight for us. But that's okay. I mean, you know what? I feel like we started off relatively weak, and then we kind of saved it towards the end. Pulling a third secret was kind of cool. Haven't done that before. And the Holy Sue is, I believe, about 25 bucks at the moment. Which is the best card we've pulled. And then we got 3 secrets. So still, you know, I think definitely would have gotten away cheaper if I bought the singles for this one. But I mean, I did accept the gamba to try and pull a Starlight, so that's okay. We, I guess we'll take the 3 secrets plus the Holy Sue. The Medius is also a decent pull, I think. It's not the worst. Yeah. Okay. Well, no points for all the believers in the Starlight. Unfortunate. It is what it is. Okay. So that is that. Duelist. We'll probably have one more box. We'll probably have one more box on Thursday if it arrives in time, because you know usually I get a box from SmartCard. This was not that box because I did buy it. But usually we have one box coming this week at some point. So maybe that one is going to be our lucky one to pull a Starlight from. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. With that, we are soon going to look into some Duelist Advance on stream as well in preparation for the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ, of course. For now, though, I want to move over to a different topic. Basically, I want to get my hands on these cards first for Duelist Advance. I want to test a little bit. I want to play with these cards before I really like talk about them too much on stream. So that's going to happen at some point this week. We're going to move over to TCG content. I also want to like finish, basically, I kind of want to like finish Alliance Inside format in my head first before we move over to Duelist Advance, but we're gonna do that this week. So yeah. Kashmir, thank you for the 18 months. Do you agree with Jeff Jones saying that Impulse is the best card in the game right now? I think I think it's tough. I think it depends on how you look at it. I think from a generic card perspective, I think you can make an argument for it. But I think if you take into account archetypal cards, I think the answer is no. I think there is stronger archetypal cards at the moment. Like I think for example, I think Habakiri, I think Prayers, I think X-Ryzial. I think those cards are very strong contention to be the best straight up card in Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment, if you consider what they do for the individual decks. Like I think Impulse is in a vacuum a super powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card. I think in this format right now, it is not the best card that people have in their decks, for the most part. He said Impulse or Prayers. I think Prayers is a good call as well. I think Prayers is a crazy card. But I even think within Mitsurugi, I think Habakiri gives Prayers a run for its money. Like, I don't even know if I would call Prayers the best Mitsurugi card. It might be, because of all the things it does for the deck, right? Like, it's a consistency card, it's a 1-card starter, it's a quick play spell, so you can chain it to things to dodge stuff. It gets you the rituals out of your hand if you want to tribute them to search a different card. It allows you to summon back Murakumo on the opponent's turn to get the Raigeki effect. It's a crazy card, but yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. The more I think about it, Prayers is probably the best Mitsurugi card. Yeah, even better than Habakiri. But I don't think Impulse is the best card in general. I think it might be the best generic card. But yeah. Are you going to do a banlist prediction? See, the weird thing is, I thought about that because I saw some people doing one. The weird thing is, I don't think we're gonna get one. So in some ways, it feels a little bit pointless to make one. In other ways, I could still see myself making one just for the sake of talking about game design and game balance in the current format. You know what I mean? Like, even though I don't think we're going to get one, I could see myself talking about what I would do if there was one, just to talk about like what I think the issues in the format are and whatsoever. I think that's something I could see myself doing. And then just like, you know, make it clear in the beginning of the discussion that it's not a prediction, because I don't think there is going to be a ban list before. Like, I think Duelist Advanced format, I think we're going to play for a while without a ban list. Maybe even Justice Hunters format, you know? Just me, or is the camera shaking? Sometimes it shakes when because it's attached to my table, and sometimes when I move my table a little bit, or, you know, then it shakes. Sorry. There will be a list pre-Worlds 100%. What makes you, okay, curious, 100% seems very, very convinced. What makes you so convinced? Like, why are you saying 100%? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying there won't be one. I'm just wondering what makes you so certain about it. Because, like, when did we get... Okay, and then now we're getting into this. When was the last one? When was the last ban list? I guess it is... We are getting into the territory where it is about time. April. Start of April. That's not that long, is it? That is not that long. I could see, okay, the timeline that I could see realistically is they're gonna release Duelist Advance. And I don't think we're gonna get a ban list anytime close to Duelist Advance release, which is this week. I don't think they're gonna drop a ban list this week or like this month or even the upcoming, like July basically, because it's the end of June. I don't think we're going to get one in July. I think they're going to let us have the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ with the current format plus Duelist Advance, basically. And then Justice Hunters comes out the end of July, right? The end of July, Justice Hunters comes out. What I could see them doing is release a ban list in August. That's like in effect after Worlds, or they could release it early August and make it in effect for Worlds. Because I do think from let's think of it from like a Konami perspective, a ban list right now could really help the popularity of the new archetypes, right? Like if you put a slight hit to Malice and Ryzeal, you could really boost the interest in decks like Vanquish Soul, like maybe even Archmage once Doom of Dimension comes out with more support for it. Like all that, right? And then also the Justice Hunters archetypes, right? Like once those come out, you might want to do some slight hits to those decks. Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe I can see it. Maybe I can see releasing a list in August or the end of July. Like after EUWCQ, I could see it. You know, that'd be something. I mean, to be honest, of course, we might do a more in detail Banlist discussion, but my take on the current format is actually that, like, for the most part, if they do a slight hit to Ryziel and Malice, it'd be a pretty good format. The even more important thing they have to do is take out some individual floodgates at the moment, because like I'm talking Featherstorm, Protoss, and those kind of cards. I think are getting a bit out of hand at the moment in the TCG. At least from my personal liking, I think there's too much of those. But yeah, that's a topic for a different day. Before we have a Banlist discussion, I would like to think about it for a second and maybe make some notes before we go into that sort of discussion. But we'll probably do that at some point this week. Now, I can already tell from what we're doing right now that this is an interesting topic to me, so I do want to do it. But let me prepare some stuff for it first. Could a preemptive hit on K9 be realistic like Smasher? The thing is, there is precedence here for both cases. Like, I think we have precedence for them banning a card in advance to stop something really degenerate from happening. Although I don't know what's the best example of this. I can't remember. I know they've done this before. I know they've banned the cards in advance of something happening. I remember talking about it. I just don't remember what it was. I don't know what it was. Super Heavy Samurai? No, Super Heavy Samurai was just very quick. That was just a very quick hit. The big dragon, which was an OTK with dragon rulers. Are you talking about Dark Matter Dragon? I don't know. Sometimes they hit stuff really early, or before stuff even comes out to prevent a problem from happening. Sometimes they don't, because they want the deck to be as powerful as possible when it comes out. I think with Paradise Smasher, it's a little bit of both. I think with Paradise Smasher, realistically, I don't think they're going to ban it beforehand. I think it might be one of the things that they're doing relatively early. Like with Paradise Smasher, I think a realistic timeline I could see is that they don't ban it before K9 releases. Then K9 joins the meta, and then when it's banlist time, but it's not quite time to really hit K9 directly yet, or like really like cripple the deck. They're just gonna ban Paradise Smasher, and that's like gonna be like the only K9 hit, and then we're just gonna play K9 without Paradise Smasher after. Do you think Lunalight or Vanquish Soul will be better before K9? I think realistically, Lunalight is gonna be pretty strong. But I do think Vanquish Soul is also pretty powerful. I think it's a question that's hard to answer, but like which one is better between the two, because I think they're both pretty good. And I don't know the nuance yet. I think they're not far from each other. But I talked about this in my latest YouTube upload as well about Duelist Advanced Format. So if you haven't seen that yet, you might want to check it out. But my current plan for the European Championship is to play either Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker. I'm not making like a big secret out of it, because this year's European Championship, I'm going to be focused on Master Duel Worlds anyways. And I do really just want to play one of those two decks because I think they're very fun. And so I want to play one of those two. Currently, I'm leaning towards Vanquish Soul because I think that deck just looks better into Droll and Lockbird, and I think Droll and Lockbird is a very common card at the moment, even post Duelist Advance. I think it will be, and so I'm currently thinking about playing Vanquish Soul, but I do really also want to look into Sky Striker. So I think Vanquish Soul is meta relevant still. Like, I wouldn't play it. Even though I'm saying I care more about Master Duel Worlds, but still I do care about the European Championship, right? Like I I do want to play a deck that is capable of topping and potentially going really far into the tournament. And if I don't think Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker could do that, I wouldn't even consider them. So I do think they're good enough for now as my first impression of them. But yeah. Have you seen the striker list from Japan Championship Top 8? That is a great question because that's a great segue into something we're doing today. I had a great time checking out the OCG last week. We watched the Asia WCQ finals, which was a great time. Even though we were baited into watching it because someone in chat just said, oh, they failed Paradise Smasher twice in the finals, which was a lie. And we only technically watched it because we wanted to see that. But still, I had a pretty good time. That match was pretty cool. And I really liked the little bit of a sneak peek at what's ahead. You know, like, of course, we always look at the new cards on stream. We read the new cards. But seeing them in action is always something different. And so it piqued my interest. It piqued my interest into Justice Hunters format that's being played in the OCG at the moment. And over the course of the weekend, I was made aware by my Discord server, people were talking about it in there, that the Japan championships were happening over the course of the weekend, and they were streamed. And I didn't have that much time over the course of the weekend to look into it, but I did see this morning on Road of the King that this tournament was actually not won by Vanquish Soul. It was won by Yummy, which is a different deck that is soon to release in the TCG, basically at the same time as K9 and Draco Tail, which also had some top cut spots in this tournament. There's Draco Tail here, Magistus Draco Tail, another Magistus Draco Tail in top 8, a bunch of, and also a Striker deck, I think, in top 8. Yeah, Sky Striker in top 8. That's pretty dope. So Yummy is the deck that won this tournament, and since we have checked out K9 Vanquish Soul last week, I did want to check into this. Now, we're not going to watch the finals, funnily enough, because the finals has K9 Vanquish Soul. We've already seen that last week, and let's be honest here, the match that really matters, oh no, actually top 4 qualify for this. The match I wanted to look at was the top 4 match between 2 Yummy players, I believe. I think it's a Yummy mirror match. So yeah, so the thing is here, the top 4 players were invited to Worlds 2025. So you're going to see these 4 players at the World Championship in Paris. 2 Yummy duelists, 2 K9 Vanquish Soul duelists. And I have already looked for the portion of the stream that I wanted to check out. It is a Yummy mirror match between these 2 players. I believe this is the top 4. In order to figure out who's going to go to the finals. And since, but really, really quickly, just a reminder before we do this, I do want to remind myself what these cards do, so we understand somewhat what's going on. So you've got Cookie Yummy. If you control a Link 1 or level 2 Synchro, special this from hand. I believe all the Yummies do this. If this card's normal or special, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, loses 1,000 attack. If this card was special by a Synchro monster's effect, you can destroy that monster instead. This one I think is not a starter, but like you can summon it from hand as an extender, and you're trying to summon it on the opponent's turn to pop a monster. This one I believe is a pretty good starter. If you control a Link 1 or a level 2 Synchro, special this from hand, you can only special summon once per turn. If it's normal or special summoned, you can add a Yummy card from your deck to your hand. All the Yummies are starters. Yeah, okay, no, because of the Link 1, they are all starters, but this one is probably one of the weaker starters because it doesn't do anything on summon, is more what I meant. But yes, I should have clarified, yeah. If this card is normal or special, you can add 1 Yummy card from your deck to your hand, except Cupsy Yummy, or if it was special summoned by a Synchro monster, you can draw a card instead. And then we have Lollipop. You can only special once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special, you can target a card in your opponent's graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, or if this card was special summoned by a Synchro effect, you can banish it instead. Okay, so that's the main deck monsters. Then we have... You know what? I don't want to read all 10 cards right now. Let's just watch it, and then when a card comes up for the first time, we'll read it. I think that sounds more fun. That sounds more fun. I'll just open it on the secondary monitor, and then we'll read it as it becomes relevant.
画面向かって左側が小林選手のターンから始まります。
Okay, Obedience Schooled. Obedience Schooled, I believe, is like the most broken card in the deck. It just happens to be a custom starter for the deck. So this card, which I actually don't have Obedience Schooled myself yet. The thing is, this is kind of like, this card has gone up in price. So if you control no monsters, special summon 3 level 2 or lower beast effect monsters with different names from your deck, but their effects are negated. Also, they are destroyed during the end phase. For the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you cannot special summon except beast monsters. So it's basically a crazy starter. So the thing, what I was about to say is, this card is relatively old. It has 1 or 2 reprints, I believe, but it has gone up a little bit. Still, I have not gotten myself copies of the card because this is a Justice Hunter's archetype, right? Which means that it is in a side set, which typically has a bunch of reprints alongside it. If there's no Obedience Schooled in Justice Hunters, I'm gonna lose my mind. There's no way it's not in there. They put all the they put all the synergistic cards in there most of the time. It'd be so crazy if there was no Obedience Schooled. Like it's a crazy. I'm taking a gamba here, right? Because if like currently I think Obedience Schooled is sitting at like, depending on version, like, and language, like $2 to $5, I think. And I think that's because everyone is expecting it to be in Justice Hunters. If it was not in Justice Hunters, it would go crazy in price. But I think it was also, people are saying it was reprinted in the OCG Injustice Hunters. Surely, right? Anyways. We're ashing the Obedience Schooled. Can we put it? I mean, yeah, we can put speed up a little bit. Okay, so we start with the Cookie, which does not do anything on summon. It's just fodder for the Link 1. And the Link 1, Yummy Snatchy. If this card is special summoned, you can place a Yummy field spell from hand or deck face up on your field. Also, you cannot Link summon Link 3 or higher Link monsters for the rest of this turn. You can only use this effect once per turn, once per chain during the main phase or your opponent's battle phase. Quick effect, you can pay 100 life points immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using a Yummy you control. Okay. So, adds a field spell on summon and is a quick effect synchro. But it gets imperm. Now, I think every Yummy in their hand would just extend for combo here. But it feels like they don't have one. So we are setting and passing. Do you feel this was a good imperm onto the thing? I guess they only have, I guess there is only 9 Yummies total, so they don't always have 2. It's the only spot to imperm? Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Alright, they have Cupsy, which is the one that adds upon summon, which is definitely the best starter, right? This is definitely the one you want to open with if you can choose. Ooh, we got Dominus Purge, no ad for you. But it will not destroy because we do not have a trap in the grave. So we max C and get Dominus Purged back onto the max C. And then we're going to Link Summon using the Cupsy. Make our own Snatchy. Activate Snatchy. Which places one of the field spells. They have multiple. This is Yummy'sment Minion. Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack for each light beast on the field. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If you control a Link 1 monster, you can target a level 1 Yummy in your grave, special summon it. if this card's in your grave, you can target 2 yummies in your grave and their banishment. Place them and this card on the bottom of the deck in any order. Okay, so basically we're just reviving Cupsy with it, so we can go into one of the synchros. Because this is the gimmick of Yummy, basically, is that they have a bunch of level 1 monsters and a Link one, and their synchros all say you can treat a Link one as a level 1 tuner. So basically it's level 1 monster plus Link monster equals level 2 synchro. Okay, before we synchro, we special summon Cookie from hand. And then we synchro into one of this. I think this is Cupsy Yummy Way. So there's 3 synchros for Yummy. Each of them are related to one of the main deck monsters. There's a Lollipop synchro, a Cupsy synchro, and a Cookie synchro. This is the Cupsy synchro. For this card synchro summon, you can treat 1 Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add 2 Yummy monsters from your deck to your hand, then discard 1 card. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 Yummies from your grave. So that card is phenomenal, of course, because you just get to add 2, discard 1, which is easy card advantage, and then you tag it out on your opponent's turn to bring the Yummies back, which they all have good disruption effects when they are summoned with a synchro monster. So we are gonna add with this, and it's gonna resolve.
闇たちの火球を集めに答えてきますね。そうですね。まだカプシーとロリコがね、特殊召喚してないなので、その今加えたいなというところですが。
And they are gonna use Droplet to send their Link monster and negate the synchro. Oh, you can link that away into a Snatchy as well. What is Snatchy's restriction or requirement? Level 4 or lower light beast. Okay, yeah, you can make Snatchy with that. And then they make that is the Lollipop Yummy. For this synchro summon, blah blah blah, you can treat a Link 1 as a tuner. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special 2 Yummies from your grave, but their effects are negated. And then it has the same thing to tag out into 2 Yummies. We make the 3rd Snatchy. We attack. Now all of these are actually quite big now because of the field spell. I mean, quite big. They gain 1500 attack. So the synchro is at 2700. The Cookie is at 2500 and the Snatchy is at 2100. So this is a decent amount of damage. Almost not quite game, but Four Yummies is 8k without counting their original attack. Yeah, if you have 4 Yummies, you gain they each gain 2k. Yeah. All right, and game 1 goes to the player going second here with I mean, it was a pretty good hand, right? It was Ash, Imperm, Urge plus 2 engine cards. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's skip the side decking. Alright, game 2. Okay, hold up. It was Perulia, then Obedience Schooled, Chain Ash, then Normal Summon, and then on resolution of the Normal Summon, we drop Fuva as well. So we give him a draw for the Snatchy because it's just that important. We use the Snatchy, it resolves.
およびバトルフェーズでもシンクロ召喚可能なので、ここでね欲張ってシンクロせずとも相手のターンでシンクロすることでマルチャミの影響をね回避すると。
I saw people playing Pankratops assuming that puts a dent into the board too. So that's the thing about Yummy is like it sounds very, very crazy, but like people are siding super fair cards against it, which is weird to me. I mean, not weird, but it's like it's cool actually, because I feel like when Yummy was announced, everyone went crazy for it. Everyone was like, oh, this is by far the most broken archetype in Justice Hunters, crazy combo potential, crazy potential to be played with other archetypes. As it turns out, in the OCG at the moment, Yummy is mostly being played in a pure form, and apparently it makes endboards that are not even that crazy, because what people are siding against Yummy is like Pankratops and like board wipes is what people are saying is the best against Yummy, because you just Raigeki them, and then they can't like chain quick synchro or anything like that. And then it just all their stuff is gone. They can make Herald of Arclight to protect from Raigeki, but apparently it's like, okay, because all of their synchros, in order to disrupt the opponent, they have to chain to something, right? Like they're like, when your opponent activates a card or effect, then you can tag out and get your Yummies from the grave and do some crazy stuff. But Pankratops doesn't activate, so you just summon a big dude and you can just attack, and apparently that's pretty good against them, which makes me think like this deck seems good, but it doesn't seem like it makes the most oppressive boards that are not even worth playing into, because honestly, this is just like, I feel like maybe it's too simplified, but I feel like if the best card you can side against a certain matchup is Dino Wrestler Pankratops, genuinely, I just don't see how that deck can be so bad for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, that just cannot be that bad for the game. Maybe that's a hot take, but I feel like if the deck would be so toxic, then people wouldn't be siding Pankratops. I don't know.
ある程度のところで止まっても必要最低限の動きかつ相手ターンでも動き出すことができる。
はい。自分のターンでできることが基本的に相手ターンでもできてしまうので。
I don't know, we cited Pankratops versus Adamancipator because it beat Apple Savage. Okay, fair enough. There might be exceptions to this, but yeah, maybe there are exceptions.
柔軟さがね、役に立つと。
フィールド魔法を発動します。今一度闇詰めとミニオン。
はい。もう一種類ね、フィールド魔法があるんですけど、クロッキー。はい。ただ墓地から特殊召喚してシンクロ素材を確保しておきたいので、ミニオンですかね。
自分の場を増やすのが闇詰めとミニオン、そして、先ほどおっしゃってたアクロッキーは逆に言うとシンクロした時に相手のカードを1枚破壊できるので、相手の盤面を減らすカードと。はい。これで見た目上、
Alright. Link 1 grabs the field spell, brings back the one from the grave. From what I'm seeing so far, Perulia and Fuva seem good against this deck. However, Meowls probably not that crazy because they only revive. No, they revive twice in some combos, I'm pretty sure. Because this revives and then one of the synchros can also revive. Maybe Meowls is okay.
最低限ではありますけど。
そうですね。あとサプライズもねありますので、そこからさらに妨害効果もねあったりしますので。
先ほど加えていた闇の速攻魔法カードですね。はい。自分の場の獣光族2体と相手のカード2枚を対象として手札に戻す。はい。これ対象してからシンクロすればね相手の獣とかありますので。もしくは天高墓地か闇モンスター特殊召喚。シンクロ素材がやられてもね再確保することができます。もう一つは
Meowls is better on your own turn. Yeah.
手札から闇フィールド魔法カードを表から置くと。
Okay, so this is our half board into Fuva here. Apparently. We go Snatchy, Cupsy, Snatchy, Pass to be able to quick synchro on the opponent's turn.
そうですね、フィールド魔法2種類ありますので、もう1個ね、アクロッキーにすることで、闇が相手の効果でフィールドを離れたら、できたら特殊召喚するという効果もありますね。はい、シンクロしたら破壊が、ね、強いので、もう1種類のフィールド魔法。
turn.
によってセットカード2枚でターンを渡していきました。ウララ、フワロス、プルリアと手札が発動できる効果盛りだくさんで展開していきましたが、ドロー込みですと、おそらく手札減ったこっちも魔獣の怪獣だ。
Activate their own copy of Obedience Schooled. Uh-oh.
一気に3枚のアドバンテージ。
Does that resolve?
枚数が増えるイコール強い。はい。
出たところでクッキー闇上にして2体裏返し表示とか対応策もありますから。
Ooh, they got Max C though.
加藤選手もこれはという表情をしているように見受けられますが、対応策があるか。
怪獣スタート。
Can't we even quick synchro twice because they all come back again and again? Yami Snatchy quick synchro is not once per turn. Yeah, you can quick synchro multiple times. Yeah. The thing is, what's the payoff? Like, what do you gain out of all the quick synchros?
ただ増殖する陣の中でどう動くかというところは、ね、ありますね。3体は出てくるので1枚ドローはされますが、いやこの一雫強烈ですね。I guess Cookie. Oh, Cookie is a double book of moon. 相手の頭数が少ないうちはね、非常に強力。Cookie is a double book of moon. That's crazy. 対応を考えてますね、小林選手。行くべきか。このモンスター2体を残すべきかと。いや難しいですね。シンクロしておいてもシンクロ体が戻れなくなる。闇サプライズがありますので。Did we open Duel yet? I did open a box of Duel. We got 3 secrets, but no really good secret, unfortunately. And then no Starlight, but we pulled a Holy Sue, which was okay. That was okay. It was an okay box. 闇を横並びさせてミニオンで攻撃ということも考えられますね。フィールド魔法ね、サプライズで戻されてしまうと攻撃力が下がってしまうので。All right, Max C resolved, but we did droplet the Link 1, which is very good here because it stops this chain of synchro summoning on our turn, right? I mean, I would imagine getting double booked would have been pretty bad here as well for them. Alright, we link off the Cup C because it's the one we want to revive the most because it's getting a search. So we're using Snatchy. サプライズはそうか、フィールドの闇2体を手札に戻すことになりますので、ガラッとなってしまう。となると、3体4体並べれば、ミニオンが戻されても、いやでもそうか、攻撃ダメージ入らないですよね。いや、難しいな。サプライズが。The question is, how much can we do under Max C? Can we really try to go for a game against this board with 2 sets? 殴り合いということで、はい、お互いに2500アップしてる。お互い今2500アップ中ですね。はい、凄まじい数値だ。はい。復帰闇が3500ですね。うん、3500、この見た目で3500。そうなんですよ。さあカプシー闇も特殊化された。はい。ドロー入りますかね。そうですね。さあ小林選手少し苦しそうな表情。カプシー闇。What is that spell card? はい、このカードを加えてきました。That is Yami Surprise. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Target 2 light beast monsters you control and 2 cards your opponent controls. Return them to the hand. Special summon a Yami monster from your hand or graveyard, but it cannot attack directly this turn. Return 1 field spell from your face-up field or grave to the hand. Then you can place a Yami field spell from your hand onto your field face-up. Okay. So... Ooh, double bounce. 逆にポーカーフェイスだなというふうにも感じましたが、そうですね、まあ、ドローは進んでしまいますが、セットカードを対処する意味でサプライズを使うというのも可能性としてはなくないんですが、はい、もうこれドローを気にせず、突っ走りますね。このターンで最大火力で突破しようとしてますかね。オリコー闇目を出すと3体増えますね。シンクロして1体、効果で2体。こっちの方が盤面の数が多いので、ドローで致命的なカード引かれなきゃ。Okay, am I weird for thinking that the best line under Max C here would just be to synchro with these 2 because they would be destroyed in the end phase and then just run over both of those and then pass? Because they do have a lot of disruption right now. They do have a lot of disruption right now. Not tuners. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you do need to make a Link 1 first. Right. 攻撃力が低い方から順に素材にしていきたいですよね。はい、攻撃力高いので。T は1000ありますからね。はい。ロリポーは600。加藤選手は横並びをね目指していきたいですね。はい。ここはロリポーヤミウェイ。はい。Why does that go into the extra monster zone? これだけでね頭数5体。アイテム含めて7体。はい。3500アップ。3500。Why did they put the 小林選手のドローは進むんですが、攻撃力がとんでもないことになっている。The synchro up there. Maybe it doesn't matter. 4700。うわ。強烈。So this special summons 2 Yamis from the grave. Brings back Snatchy, but their effects are negated, so this Snatchy can no longer quick synchro. Trying to kill. I mean, these are very big monsters because the Yami field spell counts the light beasts on both sides. So every monster right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every monster here has plus 3,500 at the moment. They big. まあでも小林選手は自分の身を守るためにおそらくサプライズでミニオン、加藤選手側のミニオンをフィールドに手札に戻そうとするので、
ドローの3枚ぐらいドローさせてる。
今何枚ドローしましたっけと。
先ほどの1枚ドローの分今引いてるかなと。4ドローぐらいさせてはいるんですが、このドローで何かいいカードが引けているか、小林選手側も。光属性の獣族が7体合計でいるので、
攻撃力としては十分なんですが、やはりそのサプライズをめぐる駆け引きがね、
お互いに抱えているサプライズ。どっちからモンスターも特召喚できますし、モンスター2体対の盤面のカード2枚。
Top C for game. Dude, I don't know. I kind of. This deck seems fun, I think. And I'm like on the side where I see some people saying like they don't like the artworks for this deck. I think they're cool. I think it's a cool like design.
3500アップ。
はい。ゼロなんで3500。
カプシーヤミだけの3500。
はい。サプライズで、そうですね。自分の2体と相手のミニオン含むもう1体を。
Ooh, we have the hard draw, I believe. I don't think we knew about that. Actually, maybe we did because they do have a Cupsy on the board. But okay, we go quick play, yummy surprise. Try to bounce 2. We return the field spell to the hand in the battle phase, so they lose the attack boost. We don't want them to have infinite attack points on the board, so we do bounce the field spell now. Okay, hold up. Give me one second. Didn't the player on the right also just search this card? So what am I missing here? Why couldn't the player on the right not go activate like chain Yummy Surprise, return 1 field spell from your face-up field to the hand, then place a Yummy field spell from hand onto the field face-up? Couldn't they just like dodge, quote-unquote, the field spell bounce and replay it? So it's a new card, it doesn't get bounced, it stays on the board, and you have 4 Yummies on board with the field spell, so it's infinite damage? Am I missing something? Wasteful and he's ahead? What? Okay, what do you mean wasteful? They win the game right now. They're under max seed. The opponent has like 5 cards in hand. It resolves backwards. Oh, chains and Yu-Gi-Oh resolve backwards. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that. I did not consider that. Oh my god. Dude. Okay, on a real note though, Chainlink 1 is the quick play attempting to bounce the field spell, right? Chainlink 2, they chain their quick play spell to bounce their field spell to hand, replay it. It's now a new card. It is not the same card that they targeted because you bounced it to hand and you replayed it. And then the bounce resolves, but it doesn't bounce the field spell because it's a new card. And then the field spell stays. And so they have 4 monsters with the field spell, which is like 11,000 damage or something. And then I don't think there is a card here that they could have that would prevent this. I mean, I don't, like, Imperm doesn't prevent it. Droplet does not prevent it because Droplet does not, like, I don't think Droplet cuts enough. They would have to, like, send their entire hand to the graveyard. And then still, they might still die to the drop, to the buff from the field spell. So I think the realistic answer is they just didn't see that because I would guess that with this quick play spell, 99% of the time, you don't really use that effect. You probably do this most of the time with it. So like maybe they tunnel visioned into it and didn't even realize that that's something you can do. Maybe.
確かに増殖する G 中ではありますが、スナッチ闇スナッチ、もう1枚ドローさせにいってる感じですかね。まだ行く。
I think they lose now. I mean, look, they're gonna make an end board here, sure. But bro, they got like 7 cards in hand now.
闇でさらにリンク召喚2体目、闇スナッチ。スナッチ2体で2回シンクロできますよと。相手のターンにも。この状態でもう7枚か6枚ぐらいはそうなんですよね。できますよね。はい。勝つためには次のターンを迎える必要がありますので、加藤選手。おそらくサプライズ。その手数の差をしのげるか。終了。当選して裏残しましたがターン終了と。はい。いやサプライズがね、コースをしましたね、小林選手。相手の攻撃に合わせて使うことによってダメージを食い止める形で、増殖する G で蓄えた手札で、あとは攻めに転じるのと。相手にこうさまざまな誘発とかは使われましたけども。
Alright, so the set card is Surprise. They got multiple quick synchros. They basically got the full lineup of interruption from Yami here. They got the set. They can synchro into all the synchros if they want to. They can revive all the individual ones. So we're starting with Hornet drones. They got Max C. Chain called by, which is, I mean, likely to be expected. They drew so many cards, now they have an out to Max C.
加藤選手も手札に G があった上でのこの相手に大量ドローさせていったところもあるかもしれませんね。そうですね。編成できるからと。しかしこの墓穴の指名者が増殖する G を指名していく。こうなるとホーネットビットのトークン、戦闘機トークンは裏返し表示にならないのね。はい。そうですよね。フッピー闇ウェイでも裏側にならないカード。増殖する G が無効になってホーネットビットが特殊化されます。はい。戦闘機リンクモンスター自体もリンク1のモンスターなので闇と相性がいいと。そうなんですよ。
Token。
戦闘機係からこのホーネットビットを手札に戻してもう一回発動することでレベル1トークンが出ますので、リンク1レベル1でシンクロ召喚、闇なら出せると。さあ小林選手、手札が増えているんですが、ここで闇さん。
We are going to target 2, target the set and the token with Yami Surprise. This seems like, I don't know, it seems like an early bounce to me, but okay. Seems like an early bounce. They chain synchro to make, I think, Cupsy, which has to search 2 and discard 1. Search Cupsy and Cookie. Discard Perulia. So 3 cards left in hand. 2 of them are Yummies.
さあ小林選手、一度まずはシンクロ召喚。
Ooh, thrust. Thrust for what? Obedience schooled? Probably not for engage because they don't have Hornet drones anymore. Could be Talons. Hey. In a tournament, do you need to supply a token card, or what happens if you don't have one? I mean, you should have one, ideally. Yeah, I guess most of the time, if you don't have one, your opponent is gonna have one, or maybe someone playing next to you, but... Especially if you use cards that make tokens, you probably should have it. I don't know what the rule is if someone doesn't have a token, to be honest with you.
ドローかコントロールダッシュか手札を戻す。はい。3種類の効果から選択することができる。
Alright, Talents, probably to take.
コントロールダッシュなのかなという気がしますが、手札ね結構ありそうですね。はい。ドローはなんかもう過剰な感じがしますね。
That seems crazy in the mirror.
カプシー闇ウェイが対応して墓地から特殊召喚しても、その特殊召喚した先からねコントロールを奪うこともできますから、対象は取ってませんので。はい。おそらくコントロールダッシュの効果を選んでるんじゃないかなという気がします。対応する加藤選手考えています。これも先ほどの抹殺の指名者と同じで、相手のカードが闇の名前を持っていることが非常にいいですね。コントロールを奪うという効果が。そうなんですよ。相手の力を利用できます。
Okay, they chained the synchro to tag out into another synchro. They can do that. Okay.
そうですね。はい。
Do they all trigger on special summon or on synchro summon? If this card is, oh, if they're synchro summon. Okay. They don't trigger right now.
状況を今一度確認して最適な判断をしていると。そうですよね。
Dude, that's so powerful though, because you can like chain, even if you're low on resources at some point and everything's in your graveyard, you can like chain the synchros to each other to like refill your entire board. Because let's say the first synchro tags out into another synchro plus a Yami monster. That synchro tags out into another synchro plus a Yami monster. And then that synchro can tag out into 2 Yamis. So like one synchro can potentially tag out into like 4 Yami monsters. Which is crazy. This deck seems fun to play, but it seems difficult to play against. Ooh, the Yami Snatchy works on... That one is on special summon, apparently, so you can get the field spell with it on the opponent's turn. And this one pops a card when you synchro summon. So we make this to revive 2, and then we pop this with the field spell that they just took. Oh wait, no, we book it. Ah, it's the book. Okay.
シンクロ時の破壊する効果ですね、加藤選手のフィールマンカード。まあミニオンを破壊しても墓地に行って闇をデッキの下に戻しつつ、闇スナッチを改めて特殊召喚することでまた使い直せるから、はい、しないでいたんですかね。ここはロリップ闇の通常召喚。はい。リンク召喚。効果を使わずにリンク召喚。さあ盤面のカードを増やしていきたい。フィールド置く効果ですか？違いますね。使わずに手札から今度はカプシー闇を特殊召喚していきました。はい。加える効果。はい、闇カードを加える。
You know, Yami seems like a very strong deck. But this deck seems very weak into Vanquish Soul. Because Yami to me feels in a way, I don't know, it feels like a combination of Sprite with something else, I don't know what. But like, if you can keep the first Yami body off of the field, I feel like it's very difficult for Yami to come back. Vanquish Soul plays many hand traps and Yami doesn't care. Yes. But what I'm thinking about is like what does Yami do consistently if let's say your opponent opens Holy Sue, which is 2 pops, right? So you normal summon a Yami, they go special Holy Sue, special Raisin, pop the Yami. How do you really extend through that? I guess Obedience Schooled can solve that problem for you, but it feels like it is a problem. Because you don't always have Obedience School, do you?
そうなんですよね。状況としてはやはりミニオンが小林選手のフィールドにあるので、同じ先ほど加藤選手が目指したように闇たちを横並びさせて高い攻撃力で倒しに行く、ダメージを与えに行くっていうのが目指しているところなのかなと。特に加藤選手のフィールドはアクロッキーになってますので、なるほど、先頭にバトルに行きました。はい。現状4体との2000アップで2000で、はい、フッキー闇を倒しに行きましたね。加藤選手側は攻撃力上がってないので、小林選手のみが I
think that's why they play Thrust and Engage. Yeah, you do probably need to play some sort of extension to make it work. I'm not saying it's a problem that you cannot solve. I'm just saying it is a problem that you need to think about.
かなり硬そうな場面作れそうですね。3戦の5を捨ててきました。2枚目ですね。はい、これはもう使わないよと。特殊召喚。カプシー闇特殊召喚。ここで効果。先ほどやはり効果温存しましたね。はい。ロリポ3種類目。これで闇の名前を。
In my testing, Yami is the only deck that can stand up to Vanquish Soul K9. Doesn't trigger K9s, and you can force out effects a lot, and double book can be pretty impactful. Purge hits hard too. Yeah, I mean, it obviously is playable. It won this tournament, and it's probably the second most successful deck in the OCG at the moment. So yeah, you definitely have a point. It is playable. I'm not saying the problem that I just mentioned makes it unplayable or unsolvable. I'm just saying that is something, because I feel like once Yami pops off, it is hard to really catch up with it, because all the synchros can tag out and stuff. It seems very hard to get a hold of it once it's got the combos going. But if you can handle like the first thing they put onto the field, it seems like a difficult time to recover from. Maybe is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so it seems like the player in red is losing, and I think they had game. Now I'm not an expert in this format yet, so let me know if I was wrong about that. But I feel like they had that play in the battle phase with the quick play spell to replay the field spell and attack for game, but I'm not sure if I'm missing some. I feel like they had it, but Now Yami, now the blue player is popping off.
シンクロもバッチリ構えた状態、クッキー闇も特殊召喚シンクロもできる。アークデクライラーがいると、というかデッキから墓地を送られるモンスターが除外されますので、人雫とかが、ね、使いにくくなるというところと、そもそも自分をリリースすると何でも無効破壊。はい、3枚セット。これでターンを返した。ライフ差は少し負けてはいるんですが、盤面のカードとして。
Okay, they do have to give the synchro back. Maybe that's a slight bit of hope. But still, I mean, they got the crazy setup, right? This setup's insane. They got Herald, they got Snatchy, Cookie, a synchro, 3 sets. Bro, this setup seems crazy.
どうなるか。スナッチからフィールド魔法を発動し直して攻撃ないし場面の対処に向かいたいですよね。ただそれをね防ぐためにアークデクライラーがいるのと闇スナッチで相手のターンでもシンクロできる。シンクロすると
It is also crazy how I'm watching at 1.5 speed and I don't feel like it's noticeable. I don't feel like it feels like a normal game.
ように見受けられます小林選手は。お互いに手数がある分ちょっと複雑にはなってますが、物量はね小林選手の方が多いですから。加藤選手ただ手札4枚あるように先ほど見受けられたので、手札自体は結構ありますね。はい。まだカード次第では。なんとかなりそうなこの闇デッキ。
They don't have to worry about time. I mean, they did have more than 45 minutes. I think it was 50 or 60 when we started. And they also, I think, still have the quote-unquote old time rules with 3 extra turns, which I'm gonna be honest with you. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh, 3 extra turns is basically the entire game. So getting to timeout literally doesn't matter with the old time rules.
さあスタンバイでメインフェイスとなっておりますが、墓地のアクロキー、はい、墓地の闇2体と自身をデッキの下に戻して、またね使えるようにできると、はい、闇スナッチがね、というのはデッキからフィールド魔法を置く効果なんで、自分から戻れるフィールド魔法はね、優秀だ。本来であればね、一度で破壊されたりは使い切りですけども、この闇のフィールド魔法たちは、闇モンスターたちを除外か墓地からデッキに戻すことによって、自分もデッキに戻れるので、またリンク召喚すると、フィールド魔法の供給ができると。そうなんです。というところですが、小林選手の闇上の方の効果で、スナッチともう一体に闇上のリポを。相手が効果を使ったので、闇のシンクロ体。自身が戦的に戻って墓地からモンスター2体に分裂していくと。ここによって再度
What's the time rules at Worlds? Funnily enough, the time rules at Worlds are the TCG time. Which now that you say it, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because like we follow OCG rules on everything at Worlds, basically. Like I think hand triggers work the way they do in the OCG. Everything else works the way it does in the OCG, but for some reason the time rules are TCG time. European time rules or NA? There's no difference to them. Maybe it depends on the location of Worlds. I don't think it does. No, I don't think it does. But yeah, I do wonder why that's the case for the World Champion. Now that you say it, I don't think we're gonna get an answer to it, but I do wonder. OCG time rules would probably take too long for Worlds. I mean, yeah, but that's the whole point of why they changed, right? So like, if they acknowledge that for the World Championship, why don't they do it in their regular tournaments in the OCG? I guess is the confusing thing to me, right? Is like, if they reach the conclusion that at Worlds they shouldn't have the time rules because games take too long, then why is it not the case here, for example? Why is the Japan Championships not played with that? It's kind of like the... It's kind of like the thing where in Master Duel, every time there's an event with a custom ban list, they ban Maxi because they clearly know no one wants to play with Maxi in the game. But yet, for the regular ranked, it's legal, which makes no sense. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like if you're clearly aware of the problem, why are you only handling the problem in some situations and not in all? Right? It's like, okay, for Worlds, we understand we can't have the old time rules because it would take way too long, so we're gonna use the TCG time rules. But for some reason, we're not going to do that for all the other tournaments, which is like 99% of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's being played, is not the World Championship. Alright, game 2 goes to the player in... I forgot which color was which, the left player one. we're popping off game 2. Slow down there. Okay, it was engage into Hornet Drones, activate Obedience School, chain Hornet Drones. Jesus. Okay.
魔獣の怪獣自体も盤面にモンスターがいると発動できないカードですので、これがまあ最大値の動きというところでしょうか。
制限カードも込みでかなりいい立ち上がりですね。
4体展開。カプシー闇を使ってまずはリンク召喚、闇スナッチ。フィールド魔法デッキから発動します。
魔獣の怪獣で特殊召喚されたモンスターが
Is Nibiru good against Yami?
はい、気をつけたいですね。
もう全力で使い。
Does Nibiru cook this deck? Because it kind of feels like it.
シンクロ召喚していきます。まずは手札を整える。
It kind of feels like Nip is good. It probably has some lines under it, but it seems like a very good card. Often. You can set up with 4 summons, depending on your hand, sure, yeah. But like, not really the hands with Hornet Drones or Obedience School, right? I don't feel like you get the full setup. Link Spider gives you a line if you have an extender. True, right. Link Spider being a Link 1 means you can Link 1 and then special a Yami from hand to kind of keep going, yeah. But you still lose a lot, probably. But yes, that is true. Okay, you know what? For starting with Engage plus Obedience Schooled, this feels like a surprisingly fair end board, I will say. I don't know. This doesn't seem that crazy. It's good. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it has disruption and everything. But it doesn't feel like completely absurd for a 2-card combo. Ame effect response. Yeah, dude. You start, you go activate Mitsurugi Ritual, summon from hand. You know? What if they Raigeki? Yeah, that's the thing. That's why people side board breakers against this deck, is because this board, you Raigeki it, they can't do anything about it. Right? Like, you chain the Synchro to tag out, doesn't matter. You chain the Link to Synchro 2, doesn't matter. It all gets wiped immediately. They have Herald of Arclight lines, but like, how do they make Arclight if this hand doesn't make it? If you don't make Arclight with Obedience Schooled plus Hornet Drones, when do you make Arclight? Because how do you draw a better hand than that? Obedience locks you? Okay, I guess every hand that doesn't go through Obedience Schooled. But that's also kind of like a fair restriction, quote unquote. It's like, if you have your best starter, you can't end on your best end board piece kind of deal, right? It's like, you either don't have Obedience Schooled, which makes your hand worse and you have to play with the worst starters, but you can make Arclight at the end, or if you activate Obedience School, which is the most powerful starter, you can't make Arclight, which makes your board weaker. Kind of, you know what? Trade-off.
レベルも優秀ですよね、戦闘機トークン。レベル1ということで。そうなんですよね。相手ターンにシンクロする闇スナッチ、そして相手何か効果を使えば墓地のモンスターと入れ替わることができるカプシー闇ウェイ。ここから墓地からね、クッキー闇特殊召喚なり、シンクロモンスターのクッキー闇ウェイで相手のモンスター2体裏側にしたりで、サプライズもある。加藤選手は結構小林選手の闇が場に出たところを狙い撃ちできるようなカードが、そのおダイナレスラパンクラトプス。
Okay, there's the Pankratops. Let's see what it do. Let's see what that Pankratops do.
100払ってシンクロしたいような効果にパンクラトプスをぶつけることで、もう頭数の1体減らすと思います。シンクロ自体はできる可能性もあるんですけれども。
I love Pankratops, man.
強そうな。かなり久々に。そうですね。活躍しますね、ダイナレスラパンクラトプス。セットカードにね、対処できるというところ非常に使いやすい。バトルに行ってからリリースしてね、2体分対処とかもいろいろできるので、小回りが効く。2018年とか2019年ぐらいのね、だったかなというふうに記憶してますけども。ソウルフュージョンだったかな。
Alright, let's see if it's enough. I mean, their end board is pretty good still. I mean, I don't really see, if you just attack one of these, I don't know exactly how much that does.
厄介なカードを破壊しつつ場が空いてるのですが、いける。
デュエルの残り時間も近づいてまいりました。
当然ね、ただパンクラトプスが効果を使うものなら闇ウェイがね、
We can force it with the link one. Yes, they can go link one, synchro into the one that books it, and then they have to chain Pank. But still, I mean, I guess that's the point with Pankratops. It's not supposed to auto-win the matchup. It's supposed to force out a lot of their interruption, which it would do, right? If they have to quick synchro into the Book of Moon synchro, then you chain it to bait another card. You've basically baited like 2 or 3 of their interruptions.
さあ残り試合時間5分を切りました。パンクラトプス入り状態でロリポーヤミ通常召喚。
Normal summon cookie, no, not cookie. That is
召喚しているのでここに使いますかどうか。
Lollipop。
ロリポーヤミ召喚。ですが、
Lollipop。
はい。加藤選手は闇スナッチ墓地の対象取ってますかね。
召喚時に墓地のカード
And they use the effect, I believe, to shuffle in the Snatchy from the grave into the deck, I believe. So they chain the synchro to tag out into Cookie plus Snatchy, and Cookie will pop the Lollipop. Okay, it popped the Lollipop. I wonder why we activated the Lollipop. Because we want to have Thrust Life. Okay, goaded. And they have Ash for it. That's unfortunate.
5プラスパンクラトプス。
加藤選手、ハルウララ持ってる率高いですね。処理後。
相手単にシンクロする動きもできる加藤選手側。いや、これは通したかった参戦の5でしたね。
そうですね。ロリポーで誘導したようなのが見受けられたのでよかったんですが。
パンクラトプス短期になってしまうか。
先に動いて。パンクラトプスを使わせにかかりたいんですかね。今できることはサプライズ。
Hope they aren't too expensive. What, yummies? I mean, the thing with Yummy is it comes out in a set that is just very high quality in general, right? Like in this set, all 3 archetypes are meta relevant. It's Draco Tail, Yummy, and Canine. So I think they're not going to be cheap, but they're going to be like manageable. For the most part. Draco Tail will be the cheapest now as it fell off. Yeah, probably. But like, it's still like everything you pull is going to be a high quality card for the most part, right? And so like, they can't all be $50 because then every single box you would pull like $200 out of it, and then people would just be opening product instead of buying singles. No one is gonna buy a card if everything, you know what I mean? You know how it works. We don't have to go over this every single set release.
相手の後続がなければ返しでこのダメージ分は取りに行けるかという考えた上でのパンクラトプスの攻撃は素通し。
次のターン加藤選手が2000以上のダメージを与えたいと。まだあと1分ありますが。
100ライフを払わずに2000ポイントのダメージに抑えました。
制限時間を迎えたらエキストラターンに入ります。
1分残り時間切っております。いや結構次のこの闇ズメントミニオンで一気に攻撃を上げて加藤選手も攻め込みたいと思うんですけども、パンクラトプス残り続けるとフィル魔法破壊されたりとか、その破壊されたのを戻しながら加藤選手もう一回発動したりとか、いろいろと起きそうなターンですが、残り時間が15秒切っている。
加藤選手側がやはり頭数モンスターとして頭数がかなりあるので、次のターンはミニオンを
20 seconds till time. Ooh, true. If it was TCG, player on the left would have just won now.
ライフ差がついた制限時間終了。2000ライフ差を崩すことができるかどうか。
パンクラトプスで加藤選手側の次のターンのミニオンを破壊したい意図があるように伺いますが、
粘って粘ってバトルフェーズに入った瞬間とかに。
そうですね。ただパンクラトプスがいない状
態だと left player slow playing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they just have a different relation to time and pace of play in the OCG. I don't think it is malicious slow playing every time we watch one of these matches, because it's quite frankly just they are playing slower than we do, and I do sometimes look at it and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty slow. But I do think, because they have the old time rules still, they just haven't really developed this sort of behavior that we do, where every time you take just like a split second too long, it's considered like slow playing, and you're getting yourself closer to a time win. Because the 3 extra turns is just like a very different situation to be in.
相手が小林選手が何か効果を使ったらロリコが戻って墓地の闇ウェイが、ごめんなさい、スナッチが戻ってくる。ロードキル。おっと、銃の怪獣ある。神の宣告。しかし2個出してる。
Main phase 2 obedience schooled gets solemn judgmented.
最後まで取ってての決め手の小林選手魔獣の怪獣でしたが、
はい。サプライズ。はい。
Do you think it makes for cleaner games than in the TCG? I mean, you would think so, right? Because the more time people have to think about stuff, the less likely it is that they make a misplay, I suppose.
2850になって今度はリンネの三毛猫。
こちらもチューナー。はい。でまた100払って、こ
こからさらにシンクロもできる。
はい。闇が含まれていればいいので。はい。
3と1。はい。ここは攻撃力0のモンスターを使って4シンクロアークデクレアラー。はい。これで蓋をしに行くか。さあ、あとはライフスターを取りに行くだけ。そうですね。
Could we watch a Megistus Draco Tail game? I really enjoy Megistus and want to see what they're doing with it. I don't know if it had a feature match. I don't know if it had a feature match. I wasn't planning on doing this for super long today. But I guess now that we've looked at K9 and Yummy, I'm not opposed to looking at a Draco Tail game, but I don't know if they had a feature match because I didn't see one all weekend when I tuned in every now and then to this stream. And I didn't see any Draco Tail, but I guess we can scroll through it and see if there was one. Okay. Player on the right wins a Yummy mirror match. Honestly, quite entertained by this. I'm not sure if Yummy is going to be my favorite deck out of Justice Hunters. I mean, I think K9 Vanquish Soul just looks sicker than this, but I also think K9 Vanquish Soul looks really dope, so it's hard to look better than that. Yeah. Okay, let me see if there is. We might check out a Draco Tail as well if there is one. Oh yeah, they had Task as a special guest, which was cool. It was like Task was their correspondent on the floor. It was pretty dope. Okay, this one is Vanquish Soul versus Vanquish Soul. This is the one we just watched. Vanquish Soul, Vanquish Soul. Vanquish Soul, Vanquish. Yeah, there's not that many feature matches here. I don't think there is a Draco Tail that I can show. Yeah. And then this was the finals, I believe, is Yummy against Vanquish Soul, and Yummy is taking it. The only other thing I wanted to do in regards to this tournament is take a look at the Sky Striker deck, because there was a Sky Striker in top 8, and they did post the list on here, which I think is pretty cool. So let's take a look at what they're doing with Sky Striker in the OCG right now. Of course, it is an underdog deck here. As you can see, in the top 32, there was a total of 2 Sky Strikers. One in top 8 and one in top 16. Yeah. Also, I guess it's worth noting this is pre-Banlist. They announced the ban list in advance before it was in effect. It was not in effect for this tournament, so Paradise Smasher is still here, and Appaloosa is also still here. Okay, here's the Sky Striker. Ooh, okay. We're playing Songs of the Dominators without a search target. Just because it's like a solid hand trap in Sky Striker, because you don't really need the hand effects. That is... Okay, I'll show you the thing, because not everyone's familiar. Song of the Dominators. Yu-Gi-Oh! Songs of the Dominators. If you have no monsters in your graveyard, you can activate this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, negate that effect. Then, if you have a trap in your grave, you can add a Dominus card from your deck to your hand. If you activated this card from your hand, you cannot activate the effects of monsters in your hand, graveyard, and banishment until the end of the next turn. They are playing this without a target. So you will not be able to search with this ever, but you do just get like a basically non-targeting imperm, quote unquote, right? Which is interesting because it cannot be dodged. And it can also negate some effects that imperm cannot negate, because it says when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, negate that effect. That includes cards, let's say, that tribute themselves for cost, right? Like if your opponent goes, we've just seen the Yummy Synchros, right? If your opponent goes Yummy Synchro, tag out, to return it to the extra deck for cost, you cannot normally imperm that because it's gone. But it is an effect that activates on the field, so you can use it on that and negate it. So it's an interesting piece of tech. It does mean that you cannot bring back Ray on the next turn, for example, because you cannot activate monster effects in the graveyard. But that's about it, yeah. Other technology, there's one bit of technology here that I am still not sure I want to do in the TCG, and that's the Desires. I still don't know how I feel about Desires in Sky Striker. Like, I do understand why it's a good card, of course. I mean, draw 2, put a spell in the grave. It's so powerful in this deck. I just have an issue with the amount of one-offs in this deck, man. Like, also, first of all, you do have to play 2 Rose if you want to play Desires, which is annoying. Because Rose is not a great draw in this deck. So, like, you would preferably just play 1. You do need to play 1 as a target for Sky Striker Ace equals 0. But, like, you don't really want to draw it. So having to play a second Rose for Desires is already kind of annoying. And then, I mean, you just play a lot of one-offs, right? You play 1 Lemnis Gate, 1 Afterburner, 1 Hornet Drones. I guess losing one of those isn't that bad. Also, they don't play multi-role at all, which is interesting. But yeah. Full Striker extra deck. I mean, I will say this. My first impression of Sky Striker is that I really like this legacy support for I mean, I like it for multiple reasons, but one thing I really like when about legacy support, which I want to give a shout out to for like to Sky Striker support for this, is when they make it so the deck still really feels like what the deck used to feel like, but just like upgraded, just better, you know? Like when you play Sky Striker these days, it still very much plays like how Sky Striker used to play, which I think is pretty cool. It's the same thing that they did with Orchist, for example. Like the Orchist support, I think is so cool, regardless of whether it's good or not. I like it because the deck still feels like Orchist. As someone who's an old head, who's played back in the day, who's played those decks, who's liked those decks. You know, I liked Sky Striker, I liked Orchist. Playing with those decks now, it still feels like you're playing that deck, which I think is always pretty cool. Which is sometimes also the biggest, like, I mean, you guys are mentioning some of the examples where this wasn't the case, which is also where I mentioned it, like with the Altergeist support or the Gladiator Beast support, which we're going to take a look at later in Master Duel. But like those decks just don't feel the same anymore. At which point I feel like it kind of like defeats the purpose of legacy support when you make the deck not feel like the deck anymore. Then what's the point of making people play it again? Because the people that used to like it, they used to like it for the way it was played. And if it doesn't play that way anymore, then I feel like it's kind of weird. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, no, Sky Striker support is cool. I like this deck a lot. I think in the TCG, my biggest concern with this deck is Droll and Lockbird. In the OCG, Droll and Lockbird sees some fringe play, but it is not super common. So I think Sky Striker is more valid over there at the moment than it will be. Maybe for us, that's going to be a problem here. Some people are side decking Droll. It's not the least common card, but like it's not like a main deck staple like it is in the TCG, you know? Yeah. The winning deck list of this tournament, by the way, main decking 6 small Charmies plus Max C. Simply because Yummy has an easy way to discard the Charmies when it goes first, right? The Synchro, the Snatchy Synchro, or the Cupsy Synchro, I don't know, man. I think it's the Cupsy Synchro, is like search 2 Yummies, discard 1 card. So you just like the search 2 and discard a dead Charmy. I wonder why they don't run Droll. It's just because they don't have that many decks that it's good against. Like it's good against some decks like Sky Striker, but it's not great against Vanquish Soul. I don't think it's that good against Yummy. And they don't have Mitsurugi, and Ryziel is not really played anymore. So I think Droll is not that good for them at the moment. But yeah, that's the OCG situation at the moment. Unfortunately, we can't take a look at a Draco Tail feature match right now, but that's okay. Once again, further cementing my feeling about like Justice Hunt. I like Justice Hunters. I'm looking forward to this as much. I'm looking forward to Duelist Advance because I really like Vanquish Soul. I like Sky Striker, and I'm looking forward to Justice Hunters because I think the gameplay from these tournaments has looked pretty fun as well, outside of Maxi, of course. But yeah, okay. Good. With that, we are hopping into Master Duel, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I did think about what to do on today's stream, and last week I said I didn't want to check out the decks from the latest selection pack because I just wasn't a fan of them. I just didn't think they were that good. But today it's the last day of the season, pretty much. I don't really know what else to do in Master Duel right now, so I figured I might as well give the decks a shot. Now, if there's one deck out of the newest pack that I would be remotely interested in, it would be Gladiator Beast. Gladiator Beast used to be one of my favorite decks of all time. Way back in the day. I mean, I don't consider it one of my favorite decks of all time anymore. Like, there's other decks I like more, but I liked Gladiator Beast back in the day. I don't think the new support is going to feel like Gladiator Beast to me, but I am going to give it a shot. I did find a deck list. Now, this is not something I have tested or anything. We're just going to have to develop a feeling for it. But I guess shoutouts to this player who has posted their master deck list on Master Duel Meta. And this is, it looked solid to me. I'm not an expert at modern day Gladiator Beast, but this is a Primite Gladiator Beast build that has 40 cards, so it seems as consistent as it gets, probably. Plays a decent amount of non-engine, so I feel like if we have a chance with any version of the deck, it would probably be this one. We got Primite cards, so we have a Drill Beam backup plan if we get Max Seed. We've got all the outs to Maxi. This seems like a solid list. I don't know Gladiator Beast at the moment well enough to really judge it, but it seems good on the surface. So I have built that in Master Duel. I haven't changed anything. We might make changes along the way if we see fit. But for now, I just want to understand what's going on here. So, gonna take a look at these first before we hop into a game. The cards that I'm not familiar with. Of course, the old stuff I'm all familiar with. I'm familiar with Andal. I'm familiar with Darius. I'm familiar with A Quest. I'm familiar with Proving Ground. But some of the new stuff I'm gonna have to read before I jump into a game. So we've got Gladiator Beast Bystial. At the end of the battle phase, if this card battled, shuffle it into the deck. Special a Gladiator Beast. You can only use each effect once per turn. You can reveal this card and one Gladiator Beast monster in your hand. Special summon both. If this card is special summoned by the effect of a Gladiator Beast monster, you can add a Gladiator spell trap from your deck to your hand. That seems pretty good. Then we have this thing, which is not new, but I still don't know exactly what it does. If it's special summoned by the effect of a Glad Beast, you can send the Gladiator Beast from deck or extra deck to the grave. Until the end phase, this card's level and name become the same as that monster sent to the graveyard. At the end of the battle phase, if this card battles, shuffles into the deck. Okay, so you can copy a name and copy the level. We have Noxious, which is level 5. If this card is special summoned by a Glad Beast, you can send a Glad Beast monster from your deck to the graveyard. And then we have Augustus. This one's very old, but you didn't use to play it. When this card is special summoned, you can special summon a Glad Beast from your hand in defense, shuffle it into the deck during the end phase. Okay. Sure. Then we have this, which I think is just Reborn. Yep, that's Reborn. The new field spell, which is discard a card, add a Glad Beast from deck to your hand. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, special a Glad Beast from your deck. It cannot be destroyed by battle. During the end phase, if a Glad Beast was special summoned from the deck this turn, you can set a Gladiator trap from your deck. Okay, so what I'm assuming, as of the first read here, is we're trying to go this thing special from hand, effect to add this thing from deck to hand, and then in the end phase, we're going to get our War Chariot for free from the deck with this thing, I think is the plan. Okay. There's a Gyzarus here, which I am not sure how we make it, but I guess I'm going to find out. Same with Heraklinos. Then we have Tamer Editor. 2 level 5 or higher Glad Beasts. Must be special summoned by shuffling the above cards into the deck. Cannot be used as fusion material. Once per turn, you can special a Gladbeast fusion from your extra deck, except Tamer Editor, ignoring its summoning condition. Ah, okay, so we can Geyseris going second. At the end of the battle phase, if your Gladiator Beast monster battled, you can shuffle that monster into the deck or extra deck, special summon a Gladbeast from your deck. Ooh. So you can reshuffle any Gladbeast with this. Okay. That's also 2 level 5 or higher Gladbeasts. I think that's why we play this. I suppose, because it gives us more ways to get high level Gladbeasts. Because this is level 5, this is level 8, and this is the only other one we can make level 5 or higher. Because this card seems pretty good. Then we have Domitianus. It needs Vespasius plus 2 Gladbeasts. Which we don't play Vespasius. We do not play Vespasius. Okay. You summon it with Editor. Okay. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. You choose the attack targets for your opponent's attacks. At the end of the battle phase, if this card battled, you can turn to the extra deck, special summon a Gladbeast from your deck. Okay. So we can summon a monster negate with Editor, I guess. I'm not sure why the list plays 2 of this, but we might find out. Then we have Gladiator Beast Claudius, which is 5 Gladbeast monsters. Must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards from field and or grave into the deck extra deck. If summoned this way, you can conduct your next battle phase twice. So this is the opposite of a runic card. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can activate the following effects depending on whose turn it is. If it's your turn, special a Gladbeast from your deck. Opponents, special a level 11 or lower Gladbeast from your extra deck, ignoring its summon. Ooh, so we get Heraklinos or Geyseris on the opponent's turn. Wait, no, but this misses timing. If your opponent activates, you can... Wait, is this quick effect or trigger? Oh, that's trigger. It's not a quick effect. Okay, it does not miss timing. It's on a new chain. Okay, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. Then we have Gladiator Beast Dragazes. 2 Gladbeasts. If a Gladiator monster you attack, you control attacks, can't be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. At the end of the battle phase, if this card battle, return it to the extra special 2 Gladbeasts. This does not seem that good. This just seems like an option. This doesn't seem very strong. Would have gone hard in 2008. Test Panther. I think this is pretty important. If this card is link summoned, you can add a Gladiator Beast card from your deck to your hand. You can target a Gladbeast you control, shuffle that Gladbeast into the deck, and if you do, special a Gladbeast with a different original name from your deck. Yeah, this seems pretty good. This seems important. This seems very important. Then we have SP. We have the new Darius. 2 monsters, including a Gladbeast. During your opponent's battle phase, Gladiator Beast you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. If this card is link summoned, special a level 4 or lower Gladbeast from your hand or grave. Or if your opponent controls a monster, you can special a Gladbeast from deck instead. Also, for the rest of this turn, you can only use Gladbeasts as link material. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay. Sure. Let me theorize maybe one line. So what if I have... Is Primate Roar even a 1-card combo in this deck? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. I'm pretty sure if I go Primate Roar into Andal, I still have to normal summon to make Test Panther. But okay. I don't know why we're playing 3 copies of Primate Roar. But okay. There is no 1-card combo in the deck. Okay, so it's all about summoning Andal with Roar and then normal summoning a Gladbeast, or getting Gistel into your hand. Like search Gistel, special itself and another Gladbeast from your hand and get going that way. Okay. So what does, let's say I have Gistel plus Darius. Maybe Darius is a bad example because it's a bad draw. I don't know. Let's say I have Gistel. Let's say I have 2 Gistel. Because you can reveal this card and one Gladiator. Let's say I have 2 Gistel. I go special both, and then I go effect to add a Gladiator Beast spell trap from deck to hand, which is probably gonna be Flavion. Right? So I'm gonna have 2 Gistels on the board and Flavion in my hand. I'm gonna link those 2 probably into Test Panther, which then allows me to add a Gladiator Beast card from my deck to the hand. So I can search Comeback, which is a Reborn. Then I can use Comeback to revive one of the Gistels. Then I can use Test Panther to tag out the Gistel into... Into what? Let me just freestyle a hand in solo mode real quick. Where can I just here, I think. Going first. No, please, Lord, don't let me brick. Okay, I don't think we bricked. Okay. Alright, let's cook. Let's cook. Try my roar. Andal. Gonna lordly load for this to play around Imperm. Yeah, it's live right now. Activate Gistel. Reveal Autorix. Special. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Now, is it important what I send here for my Autorix? You need to send level 8. So I'm sending Augustus. And then the Gistel adds... Comeback? Okay. Do I then make Test Panther? Or do I use the comeback first in this hand? Revive first. Oop, nope. Let me toggle off. Then we make editor. And then we summon a Domitianus. We can reloop editor. Oh, I see. We want to link up. No, I get it. We want to quest. Bring back this. Bring back out edit. Oh, I get it. Okay. We want to link off editor because it's not hard once per turn, and this one is also not hard once per turn. So we just bring back editor. Okay, that's the goal. Okay, I see clearly now. All right, let me just add this. I guess I can still do it. I'm just gonna waste this here, whatever, just so I can see it in action. I'm just gonna link it off into another Panther, whatever. Activate this. The quest brings back this. Then we go this. Then we use this. So how do I get a quest another time? How do I loop it for the third time? The new link monster? Oh, okay. So now we make this with editor and a quest. And different type from monsters you control. Ooh, what type is this? Beast Warrior. Okay, I have to link this off into a... Oh, I can make Apo. Oh, why can't I use this? Oh, restriction. Restriction on this. You can only use Gladiator Beast as link material. Okay, the Test Panther can't be linked off right now. Then I guess I'll just do this. I mean, I guess it's not bad. I guess this is pretty good. I don't want to make the new fusion. Activate field spell, yeah. I mean, if I want to play it really risky here, I could do this and declare Andal so the drill beam is live. And then you go end phase, set Ward Chariot. I guess I have no cards in hand now for the Heraclinos, but I also didn't play it super clean. I could have probably kept the card or something. So it's, yeah, okay. You know. Is it normal that Test Panther is still on the board? Should this be gone? How do, and if so, when do I link it and what do I link it into? It should be gone, yeah. You use it to make the link too. No, but this needs 2 Gladiator Beasts. Oh wait, maybe the Darius doesn't. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay, but okay. Yep, no, I understand. Okay. Okay, sure. I'm not sure how I feel about the Primite cards. But we'll run it. We'll take it to 1600 rated duels. Surely that's gonna go well. I don't see what could go wrong. No opponents for me. Oh, there we go. We go second. Let's go. We have a battle phase. That's what we need because we were playing Gladiator Beast. my dono question, please? Oh yeah. My alerts are broken at the moment, so I can't hear it when anything happens. My bad. Let me check it out. I have no hand traps anyways. We gotta watch. My hand was cracked going first, by the way. Where is it? Opinion on White Forest, all variants. Is it worth studying in depth? I mean, White Forest, I think, is a playable deck in both TCG and Master Duel. I don't think it is top tier in either. But if you really like it, I think you can commit to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing White Forest in either game at the moment, if you like it. This is when you see the problem with this deck going second. I mean, yeah, I guess. I do have the Bystial in my hand ready to go. So maybe it's fine. But I don't know how much we appreciate. Dude, Caesar cooks me, right? Caesar just destroys me. I can go Lordly Load for Drill Beam and then Proving Ground for the vanilla. I can make Drill Beam live instant, which is fun. I guess. I mean, we'll try. To be fair, most decks would have a hard time in dealing with Fenrir plus Fiendsmith plus whatever else they have with no hand traps. And we do play a normal amount of hand traps in this deck. There's Imperms, there's Maxi, there's Ash, there's some Nibs, there's some cross-out targets as well. Like, I think there's Droll. So, like, we do have, you know, if we had Nib here, we'd probably be fine. We would probably be fine. But we'll see. We'll just try. I don't want to scoop too early with this deck because I do want to I just want to see what's going on here. Okay. Fiendsmith's Desiree. Did the Fenrir even add? What did it add? Unicorn? Yeah, okay. Unicorn in hand. Fine. I mean, look, this is playable. If their hand traps are not, if they don't have crazy hand traps. Oh, 2 sets. Okay. Maybe they have Paradise. That'd be inconvenient. Hand trap for turn. Yep, I knew that. That was always going to happen. But waiting. Okay. Give me that drill beam. My current plan is to drill beam the sequence. And then hope that my crossout can handle one of their non-engine cards and that the Glad Beasts can somehow push through a Fenrir. Which I'm not certain is going to work, but I guess we'll find out. Look at my Noxious. I guess I summon an attack because I could maybe tag out with these. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Dude, if I'm gonna end up using my battle phase as a tool to clear their board with my Gladiator beasts as the first thing in this game, after I've hated on the new Glad Beast support forever, I don't know if we can air this footage. I don't know if this can get out there if we're actually using the battle phase with Glad Beasts now. I feel like no one can see this. If that actually happens. Hello. Can I respond? Okay. Do I drill beam the do I care about the Desiree? Because like I could keep going. I probably care too much. The problem is I'm so scared of Paradise. Look at my Andal. I'm so scared of Paradise, man. Ugh. You think they hard drew it? I mean, it would explain to an extent that they went for Desiree instead of Caesar. Okay, Gistel adds a Glad Beast. How much do I care? Probably enough. All right, Noxious Sense. I'm thinking this. Gistel adds. I'm thinking this. They are thinking hard right now. Okay, use that. Banish one of them. All right, this is a level 5 or higher that we lose, which is kind of annoying. Going to use comeback. Special this. I feel like battle phase is not a bad shout here. I feel like battle phase, crash the Gistel, attack the Fenrir, and then I get the Gistel tag out effect is not the worst. And I clear the Fenrir. I knew that. This is the problem. I knew they had that. Yeah, that cooks. Unfortunately, Andal alone does nothing, so gonna have to hope that this nib just destroys them. But like, this is the problem. I knew there was Paradise because, like, I don't know, it's just telling when they went for Desiree instead of Caesar. But the Yeah, their opener would have got cooked if we had the nib one. If we had the nib one card earlier, we would have just destroyed them because their play was so risky into it. We would have cleared the Fenrir and the Desiree. They would have had a dead Paradise and just an imperm basically. We would have won insta. But to be fair, for just having engine in this matchup, it was not the worst that could have happened. I guess we'll see if the nib can save us and get us another turn, although I'm not sure what exactly we can draw. I guess Test Panther. I can make Test Panther with Nibiru. If the Nibiru survives and I normal summon Andal, who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows? I guess they can make Caesar in 5. Like Caesar is number 5 if they do it next. Ah, Jesus Christ. Like closer than I thought it would be, to be honest. In all fairness, closer than I thought it was gonna be. The VOD can stay? Yeah, the VOD can stay. I think this is combo, but like very scuffed. It's like normal summon Ghost Ogre ass combo. Alright, let's see what one Test Panther can do. Wait, it does nothing. It does nothing because I don't have another Glad Beast. Because this is the only extender, but I need another Glad Beast in hand for it. This is just complete ass. Oh my god. Okay. I guess I can get a War Chariot that has no Glad Beast. I can get Comeback, then tag out. I think it's this. I think it's Comeback, Revive Andal, Test Panther, shuffle the Andal into the deck, to special a Glad Beast from deck. Nee. Nee. The annoying part is that now my Andal is back in the deck and I can't... It's like... Yeah. Tag out Atorix, dump Darius. Atorix, dump Darius. Really? More names? Sure. Oh, it's pretty scuffed. So this revives the other one, and it sends for cost, which is neat. I guess I can resend the Andal now. So my Primate Roar is live. Could be worse, I suppose. One, two, three, four. If I make Dragazes in between, I have 5 Glad Beasts in the grave, which means I can make Gladius. This once again disables my Primate Roar banish, but I don't even care anymore. I want to make the big dude. Alright. We have 2 battle phases next turn. End phase. Magnamut. End phase Magnamut. I will do this. Screw you. And then I can use Claudius to summon one from deck. I just don't... Eh? Oh, I negated activation. Never mind. Yeah, okay. Slow down there. Chain Magna. Nah. And they're not going to play into it. But I have 2 battle phases. It's not quite enough, though. I need a monster that can attack. Okay. Okay. All right. Who's ready for battle phase 1? Who's ready for battle phase 1? Let's go battle phase 1. Sure. Like Claudius. Chain Magna. Fine. Another Maxi. Wonderful. Love that for me. Yep. This adds a Gladiator spell trap from deck to hand, but I kind of want to summon something that's bigger than Magnamut, so I can guaranteed win this turn. Yeah. What is this? Is this come on. Memento. Yeah, sick, bro. I have 2 battle phases and I can't do anything with them. How cool is that? How freaking cool is that? Start second battle phase. Yeah, sure. Alright, main phase 2. I love Maxi so much, man. Okay. I guess we start with Ether Barrel to bait hand traps, and then we Proving Ground for Gistel. Or not. So this summons both at the same time. So I think I can still do this. Alright, cool. War Chariot pass. Heal spell sets the trap. Only if you summon the Glad Beast from deck this turn, which I didn't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't actually know how much I care about that. But, okay. What deck was that? How is that our first win? Jesus Christ. Stun. Bricked Cash Tira. Or that, yeah, I guess. Dono wall. Yeah, it's because my sub alerts are not working. You think Orcus Mitsu is going to be power crept after Justice Hunters and by the time we have it in EU? I mean, I think Mitsurugi especially is going to stay relevant until they hit it on a ban list. Like Mitsurugi Ryziel and maybe even Mitsurugi Orcus. I don't think it gets power crept anytime soon. Okay, so what's the plan with Proving Ground if I have no other Glad Beast in hand? Because it feels terrible to draw Proving Ground alone. Like, what the hell do I do right now? Because I really want to go Bystial. Do I normal summon Droll and Lockbird, make the link, and just hope it goes through? It's not gonna go through, is it? You could play Test Bear for those kind of spots. It's cooked. It's absolutely cooked. Yeah, this is such a massive choke point, man. It's so dead. Oh! 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 No, leave me alone! Ah, man! Okay, still, it's fine. I think it's fine. But what do I tag out into? Special Glad Beast. Oh, I don't even know what I was going to do. I don't even know how bad that was going to be for them. Oh, we did get him. We did get him. Bro, this deck is so weak into Imperm, I feel like, on Test Panther. It's a real problem, man. It's a real problem. Holy. Okay. No Gladiator Beast card. I don't know if that's good or bad for me. Maybe it's good. Tear Lament. Tear Lament! It's at the very least, it's Fiendsmith if they play it, which they probably do. Yeah, but we have a nib for that. We have nib for that. Did we open Duet? We did open Duet. I got no Starlight. It was just one box. I got no Starlight, but I did get 3 secrets, but none of the good ones. Well, it was like, I got 2 Archmage secrets and RB Stage Landing. And I pulled a Holy Suit, so it could have been worse. But also could have been better. Streamer play Archmage. Unironically, I think Archmage looks pretty fun. I'm thinking about trying it at some point. I just don't know if I'm gonna have the time for it before Euros, because there's a lot of other stuff I need to try and like Master Duel Worlds to prep for. I love Maxi so much, man. I just can't stress that enough. Give you a token in depth, so my Glad Beasts are insane. I can crash them into a 4800 thingy. Please pass your turn, sir. Please. Please stop. Thank you. Sick. This does not do anything. Alright, my hand is now completely dead. Isn't that something? This deck is rough, dude. It's one thing to not have one card starters. That I'm fine with. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate a deck just because it doesn't play with one card. That's completely fine. Maybe even desirable. But the 2-card combos, like, there's so few of them. They're so mediocre. And you play so many engine requirements that just suck. Like, how is this not really Gladiator Beast combo? I don't understand. How is this hand not... This hand is Drill Beam Pass. Or Baguska, if I want to, I guess. It's so out of touch. And that's my problem with this support, basically. Is how, like, it doesn't feel like I'm playing Gladiator Beast. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a good deck either. So what the hell was the point of these cards? I guess I can Primite Roar for the resemblance of a combo right now. But even then, no, it's not a good combo. I have to, like, if I want this to combo, I have to Primite Roar for Andal, normal summon my Maxi, make Test Panther, search a Glad Beast, and then special both with Gistel. Do you realize how bad that is? I'm just gonna go Drill Beam Pass. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the combo. Because it sucks ass. If this gets impermed, it's even better than that. There you go. I was dead to that effect, Veiler. Completely dead. Bro. I am playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now. What a great showcase of Gladiator Beasts. Okay, no Maxi, no Fuva is all I was asking for. All I was asking for, literally. Paradise is a problem. Paradise is a problem. Bystials are a problem. There's a lot of problems still. You couldn't tell. This add. Why do I never want to add the field spell? Can someone explain that to me? Why is the field spell so ass? I mean, I think I'm gonna add it here, but if I want another monster, why don't I just grab another Proving Ground? Because I have to discard for it. Why does this field spell, out of all field spells, discard? Like, are you kidding me? Why does this one discard to search? Yeah. Ooh, this should have been a quest. This should have been a quest. Hey. Oh, from deck. Oh, from deck. Okay, never mind. This should not have been a quest. Forgot about that. Did everything right by accident. Oh. I think I let that go through because technically I don't need that. It is cool to be able to resummon editor, but I don't need that. I'm just gonna keep my negate. Only 4 Glad Beasts engraved. So maybe I'll make an SP and not banish with it. Just for the sake of it. Just to be a little safer. I could make the other link too, but I think this is fine. The other one, actually the other link too was also pretty good. But it doesn't matter either way, so we'll leave... Leave Andal engrave. All right, who's ready for battle phase 2? Yes. Yeah, get your Requiem, I don't care. Hey, we won a game by actually doing what this deck is supposed... What does this do? Special... Yes, I want a special Glad Beast for my deck. Let's go. Now I'm cooking. Okay. Boom. Boom. No, I want to win with Andal. Okay. It's only like, what, 7 games in or something that we've been able to actually pull off the things we wanted to pull off on turn 3. But here we go. That's Glad Beast for you. 30 gems. Ugh. Oh god, can we please beat Ryuge? Please. No, no, if we lose to Ryuge, it's done. It's done. We're moving on if we lose to Ryuge. I'm telling you right now, this might be the last Gladiator Beast game. It might be the last Gladiator Beast game. Ryuge is not even that bad. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, nice. Omni negate. Oh, nice. Shen Shen. Oh, that helps. So I kind of want, I think, just Autorix. Drill. I was thinking about saving Drill Beam for this. Yeah. Shuffle 2 Ryugi from hand, grave, or banishment, which they will have once they detach. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going in. Look at my Gistel. Look at my Autorix. Attack mode. Back Gistel. Back Autorix. Do I always send Augustus? I feel like I do. I'm not sure why Augustus is even in here. It kind of sucks. I feel like you could play any other level 5 or higher. I'm not sure why it's that one. I kind of want to go battle phase, but I don't really know. Hmm. Oh, they get banished. That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. I forgot about that. That is a problem. Don't think it matters too much. This card fucks me up so hard, dude. It's just, if all of those were engraved, I think I just have it now. But they all get banished, which sucks ass. Geyseris would have popped it. Yeah, but if I make Geyseris, I'm still smaller than all the others. I guess maybe it was Geyseris. It probably was Geyseris. I thought you said you weren't interested in a new Glad Beast. It is pretty disappointing so far, but I'm a man of science, so. I think I get owned here. Maybe I had a way to play around all that. I don't really understand what's going on, to be fair, with both decks. All right, how crazy is Rio get follow-up? What's gonna happen now? Bro, that was it? I'd have chained SP if I knew that was all. Unfortunately, this was from Graveyard. So I cannot go, I cannot end phase set War Chariot. So the question is, do I keep Drill Beam alive or do I make Baguska? Does SP Little Knight work with Pendulum or... It doesn't work with rituals, right? But how about, does it say Pendulum? No. Okay. I guess they did not know either. Okay. At least we did not lose to Ryoga. Because no matter how ass, remember kids, no matter how ass your deck might be, it's never as Ryoga. Never. Good thing we're going second. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, 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 ah. I'm back to eating my salad. Disappointed. Bro, are you playing on your fridge or what? Not looking good, guys. Right? There was a new card. Are you talking about the like fiend water thingy support spell? I don't know if that's really worth talking about. I did see it though. I did see it. To be fair, 99% of decks lose this game. That is true. At the same time, this hand does not only lose this game, it also loses most other games. I think that's the main point. The main takeaway. I am leaving. Goodbye, cruel world. You know, funnily enough, we haven't even dropped that much rating. We're like -3 points after like 7 or 8 games, which is not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. But I'm also not. I can. We won 1 game with a Gladiator Beast combo. One singular game felt like a Gladiator Beast game out of those. Jesus Christ. Gosh, I hate that card, man. No! Anyways. Dude, I hate how after you've used this effect, nothing you search is good. Like, you cannot search a good card, even if you wanted to. You just can't. Nothing does anything. Dude, if I get nibbed here, it'd be so bad. Jesus Christ, this deck sucks ass, man. Oh my god. Oh my, how is it so, how did they make it so bad? I didn't think it was possible. For a deck to be this bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this Tri Brigade? No, it's what's it called? Primite. Problem is they can just attack the apple, which is not pleasant. But forcing them into battle phase isn't the worst. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SP is the play. I'm thinking about SP as well. I'm thinking about SP. Unironically, I think this is not even as bad as I thought it was. Fusion chooses attack targets. No, not this one. This one does not do that, unfortunately. That is Domitianius. But hey, you know what? I'm not going to complain. We've got Claudius, War Chariot, SP, and a hand trap through Nibiru. And we negated their maxi. So, you know... All right. And with that, we have officially gained rating points with Gladiator Beast. We are at 1630. We started at 1624. And I don't think it gets better than this. I feel like we quit while we're ahead. On a serious note, let's talk about this deck for a second. Let's talk about my first impression, because I feel like at this point I can say I gave it a fair shot. I feel like I gave it a fair shot. We've played it for like, what, 2 hours now? It was not good, but it was better than I thought. And I will say, hear me out. In like 2 or 3 out of those 10 or so games that we've made, I felt like we were very, very close to the game actually having some aspects that felt like a Gladiator Beast game from back in the day. Almost. We never actually got that far, because in all those games we've just played, I don't think we tagged out a single time at the end of a battle phase with a Gladiator Beast. Not a single time we did that. But in a few games, I considered trying to go into the battle phase to try and do that. So sometimes when you're going second, that is an option that you consider. But it doesn't actually happen, like realistically, in most games. Because the other thing is, like, when I was considering those things, I'm like, I don't even have stuff to tag into for the most part, because like you don't play the old Gladiator Beasts anymore that would like let you take apart your opponent's board. Like maybe if there was like a more Millo in your deck, or a Bestiari, or a Retiari, to like, this one pops Spell Trap, this one pops monsters, this one banishes a card from the grave. Maybe then you would consider like, okay, let's go with battle phase so I can bait that back row with Bestiari first. You know, before I make, let's say going second, before I make Test Panther, let me go to battle phase, attack, and then tag out into Bestiari to force that imperm or something, right? Which is like, I'm not saying you should play Murmillo and Glad Beast, because that's not good. But I feel like that's the biggest thing that this support has missed, is making you want to play those cards. I don't know how you would solve it, but like for the most part, these cards just like, they are too bad to be played, but they kind of like make up so much of the identity of Glad Beast. I'm not sure why this dude is here, other than it's level 5 or higher. But I haven't really figured out why it's not like a different level 5 or higher. Like people are saying Vespasius, which is probably better now that I'm reading it. It's probably just better, right? It gains 500, so it's also 28. It boosts other Glad Beasts. You can summon it from hand. This is probably just better. Vespasius is probably just better than Octavius. I don't know why I crafted it. I'm not going to play it again, but okay. The Primites felt weird to me because, I mean, Drill Beam is an incredibly powerful card, and we did win some games off of Drill Beam. But for the most part, Primite Roar is not a good card in this deck. Like, it's not a real combo line to go Primite Roar, Special Andal, then you have to normal summon, then you have to make Test Panther, then you have to hope your Test Panther resolves, and even if your Test Panther does resolve, you need another Glad Beast in your hand to be able to even combo with a Gistel that you added. I think that is super fake. I think Primate Roar is not a good card in this deck. So I don't really understand why that's even here. You didn't play Test Bear? I mean, I just copied this list, to be fair. Like, I didn't work on it at all. I don't know what else there even is. Like, there might be, like, the Test Bear. If you control a Glad Beast special from the deck or extra deck, you can special this card from your hand. You can only special summon once per turn this way. Tribute this card, then shuffle a Glad Beast from hand or face of field into the deck or extra deck, special 2 Glad. This is like a good extender. But of course, it's like not a good starter. It's a good starter if you drop Primate Roar, of course. That would make more sense, I think. Like I'm wondering if the deck is leaning so much into 2-card combos anyways, then why not fully lean into 2-card combos and play those kind of cards maybe? Maybe even test Tiger, whatever. Maybe that's like okay. I don't know. They are terrible into Ash Blossom, that is true. Especially Test Bear. Because it shuffles for cost. Which is very bad. But this deck, no matter how you put it, this deck is terrible into hand traps because you're always investing 2 or 3 cards to get any sort of play going. And then a hand trap is gonna murder you. But yeah. The best, the single-handedly best starter in this deck is this, right? Bystial plus another Glad Beast is a good combo because it gets you card advantage, it gets you board presence, and if your opponent wants to like imperm the Bystial, you don't get the add, but you went plus and you can still make the Test Panther. I feel like they would need way more of these kind of cards. But unfortunately, you can only play 3 of this, and then 3 field spells to search it, I guess. But every hand that didn't have this just felt bad to me, is the problem. Every single hand that did not have Bystial was bad. Which is kind of sad. I don't know if there's a way to circumvent it. Maybe there's other good 1-card combos. Like people have been saying like, oh, you can play Rescue Cat to get 2 Glad Beasts onto the board because these are beasts. I could see that. I'm not really vibing with the Primate cards in here, even though Drill Beam is a good card and we won some games with Drill Beam control, but other than that, the combos with it are not good. So yeah, you know what? I think we gave Glad Beasts a fair chance. And that's that. I'm not sure how much of a chance I want to give Arcana Force, because let me check how many of the cards I have. If I have, because I did open some packs, if I do have the Arcana Force cards, we can try it. I don't want to really craft. Okay, which of the ultra rares do I need? I have the fusion. All of them. How often do I need the fusion monster? Oh, this is also an Arcana Force card. Oh my god. Nah, man. I don't think it's worth it, man. I don't think it's worth it. I don't want to spend my last 2,000 gems before potential Malice or Ryzeal release on Arcana Force, dude. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I already spent some gems for Glad Beasts because I wanted to give Glad Beasts the benefit of the doubt because it's one of my favorite decks, but I got no connection to Arcana Force. I got no business with Arcana Force. We can just do some regular climbing for the last hour. See how high we can get before the season resets. Memento time. We could play some Memento. I like Memento. Let's see what else I have built. Memento, Bystial, Fiendsmith, Crystron. I mean, I'm not playing Snake Eyes. More Crystron? I would, but I feel like we played a decent amount of Crystron already last week. So let's play some decks. Let's get warmed up with a couple of neat Bystial Fiendsmith games, you know? Just mess around with it. Lose all the points we have gathered with Gladiator Beast, which is 7 points. voted hand. Hmm. I feel like I'm letting them do this because Ghost Ogre, the field spell is like one of the best Ghost Ogre targets, I feel like. Other than that, there's not many great Ghost Ogres in this matchup. Do I Ash teleport? Trying to keep them off of the thing? Or do I just hold Ash for a more guaranteed choke point like the Punk? Let's the Punk in the Punk deck, the Fusion, I mean. No called by is nice. I was most worried about the field spell. Moon of the Closed Heaven. Okay. A Fiendsmith enjoyer, I see. Well, I feel like we've found our Ash target. Ooh, we even got one from hand. Sweet. What are we doing? I had to grab dinner in mid Gladbeast. We quit while we were ahead with Gladbeast. We actually... Oh, sick. Welcome, Fuvalos, to my hand. We won a game that put us over the number of points that we started with Gladbeast, and so we called it a day. We quit while we were ahead with Gladbeast. Which I think was the responsible choice. And now we're just vibing in high ranked with whatever I'm feeling like. Normal Fuwa for the Necro. Yeah. You know, I could have done that. I mean, I'm gonna normal it anyways, probably. But like... Yeah, maybe I should have done that. Because now... I mean, I'm just trying to think what my lose con is here, but like, I feel like I'm fine. Do we have game? I mean, if this goes through 100%, yeah. Should have normal Fuwa first. I feel like if Requiem resolves, there's no real lose condition anymore. Because even if they nib me, I have Valor, Bystial, Regained, plus Paradise set up. I just don't think it's losable at that point. But yeah, I did miss the draw. Shame on me. They probably have nib. Make Chaos Angel. No nib. No nib or mad. One of the two. I'm not gonna risk anything, I don't think. Maybe they have nib and just mismanaged their toggles, because I feel like it's not losable with Caesar against 3 cards. It's whatever. I don't need to win this turn. How are they gonna beat Valor, Caesar, Bystial, Paradise? Not happening. It is not happening. All right, gaming. All right, not really gaming. Almirash? No, there's no Almirash in this one. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Lord. That is a bad matchup for me. Not good. Not good. Why do you make this first? Isn't this very bad into Nib now? Hmm. Okay, here's the thing. Ghost Ogre is not great against Ritual Beast anyways, so I could normal it to keep more damage on board. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's right. I know there's one Ritual Beast monster in hand at least. Wasn't one Requiem game? No, if they don't have anything, then Requiem is game anyways. Yeah, that's why I'm not normal summoning the Ghost Ogre. All right, and we are back to stare down. Not great. Not great. The problem is that they can lead with a Nachi Drago immediately by banishing these two. I don't want to shotgun Maxi though. I don't want to shotgun Maxi because they might just not special at all, and I need draws. So I'm just gonna have to let him get the Nachi Drago. What's the line for one Requiem game? It is Agnum Dei Lacrima, yes. That is game. Oh, we have a play next turn. Okay, that's important. That means if they don't push into this Maxi, we might be fine. What next turn? I mean, if they go in here, I think it's very unlikely I die. With the deck that I'm playing, I play Nibs, I play 8 Bystials or something. I don't think I'm gonna die. I mean, I could, if I get very unlucky. Okay. Do I deck out if I Fuva? Do I play Droll? I don't play Droll. Do I deck out? I might. I might use it later when I might use it later when it gets closer to, like, I don't draw the nib or something, and they keep going. Eventually I might Fuva, but not right now. I think you can deck out against Ritual Beast because they already have so much banish set up because it's not the first turn, it's the middle of the game. So they have like a bunch of tag outs with Canahawk. Fuva makes you shuffle back anyways. Yeah, but if you have to draw that, if they force you to draw when you are at 0, you still die. It only puts back in the end phase, but if they deck you out before then, doesn't matter. Can I draw a disruption? Like, I'm getting nervous right now because this is hello, my deck is like 23 hand traps. Whatever, man. I'll ash it. I don't know if the ad back matters much. The ad from the deck matters much for them because they already have steeds in hand. But like, I don't know if they can tag out right now because they definitely already specialed this. I don't know if they specialed Rampengu already, but they did use its effect. So maybe they did. Okay, we live. The problem is the cards I've drawn are quite literally possibly the worst possible cards I could have drawn in this match. Like, friggin' nothing. I don't even know if I can beat Steeds, singular. Is Steeds cards or monsters? Monsters. Okay. I find like the mid game very hard to play against Ritual Beast because their follow-up is so hard to control. Not necessarily a bad thing, it's just difficult. Canahawk tags out, then they can pop 3. Which is all my monsters, which is not good. M7, they just pop. Oh, what else do you have? You have your own nib? Oh, I think they have their own nib. Oh, that makes things even more complicated. You have your own nib? Is that nib? It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be. Man, that sucks. Can I play around that somehow? What if I make Typhon? Typhon. Bounce this. I think they have nib. The problem is that my end board is not great here. Can set up Paradise. But doesn't really... Even if it wasn't nib. I mean, it came online in the main phase after I summoned the Serenir and the Engraver, which I think was summon 5. And they didn't do anything in main phase 1. Like, I think if it was Effect Veiler, they would have Veilered the Bellion. So I'm pretty sure it was nib. Admit defeat. What happens to Typhon win rate? I mean, in this game, it's 50%. What else should happen to it? Whee! So, for the rest of my life, I'm gonna tell myself that they had to be a ruin hand and that we did the right thing by doing this. It was dangerous, but surely they had nib, right? Surely they had nib. So this is 9400. Do we beat emergency teleport? I think we do. Let me just Chaos Angel that. Oh wait, no, I can't. No, cancel. Okay, well, I can't go back. I'm afraid of the thing is the reason why I wanted to hit the set is I'm afraid of imperm onto this and then nib. So how many summons? This is the first summon. Second summon. I probably win through teleport. Because I can summon another Bystial if there is teleport. Oh wait, no, they have Lara to protect their shit. Okay, hold up. Maybe if it's teleport, I don't win. Dude, I'm messing this game up. There's definitely a world. There was definitely an auto in there. There's no way there wasn't. Ah, it's teleport. Man! Okay, well. I'm a little restricted by timer here. Just slightly. Woo! It was a little scuffed towards the end because my timer ran low, but that was a pretty good game. I enjoyed that one. Alright, now if I could draw a hand that doesn't just pass going first, that'd be cool. Alright. not the best one. There's dead Fuva and 2 Lacrimas, but it qualifies, you know. Not tired of playing Fiendsmith? No, I like the deck. Alright, let me not draw Branded Regained or Fiendsmith in Paradise, okay? Okay. This called by would draw me 2 cards. No, I'm not doing that. We did in fact not draw Regained or Paradise. And we get nibbed anyways. That's so Droll and Nib makes me kind of think Snake Eyes, right? But it could also be something else, of course. A lot of decks that play those cards right now. It could be Crystron. Engraver. Alright, so there's a couple of things here why I don't want to hold by this Engraver. Because on the one hand, I want, like, I don't know what deck they're playing, and the rest of their engine might not be weak to a Bystial. So I would rather use the Bystial on this than the Called By. Also, I don't want to Called By my own Engraver. So I'm just gonna Magna the Lurry. Which is also the interruption that they know about, because I searched it. Alright, so that checks 1 card out of their hand. Okay, that's a problem. That is a massive problem. Oh. How good is Artmage right now? I kind of want to look at it because it seemed pretty fun to me when I read the cards. Some of the cards when I pulled them at Sneak. But I haven't looked at it in detail yet. I feel like it's not enough of a game plan yet. Is my concern. This might be a 4 material Apo angle for them. 4 material Apo. 6,000 damage. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I can Typhon. I can potentially make my Fuva live, depending on how this goes. I'd have to use my Called By first, which at the moment doesn't have a great target. So I don't want to use it right now just openly, just to use the Fuva. But I wonder what they're thinking about. Like, you are clearly just attacking with these two. And I don't see another card they could have that changes plans here. I guess maybe they're disconnecting, which could explain things. I do think I'm winning right now, to be fair. If the last card in their hand is not crazy, I do think I'm winning right now. I'm definitely beating 4 material Apo pass. And I think other lines probably lose to Called By Fuva, but we'll see. Bro, I'm not trying to send him, don't worry. I'm not trying to send your cards. But okay, sure, dodge. Goodbye. Dude, I love Fiendsmith control, man. Dude, it's also, I don't know why, but I feel like my streaming room is always the hottest room in summer in the entire building. Which is very annoying. Because it's getting really hot right now. It's because of your PC. It's probably that. It's like the PC. I got a bunch of lights on in here. Yeah. Pretty annoying. $45 cards. Water sleeves. Okay, I am scared. I am officially scared. Setting up Paradise. Sick, dude. Return. Is it ever good to Ghost Ogre Abyss Pike? Because I'm just thinking, what else am I ghost? No, it's not that. It's probably the rank 7, the Abyss Trite. When they try to rank it up into the other one, you just ogre it first. That feels like what you want to do. Deep Sea Minstrel, cool. Hey Josh, what's your opinion on the auto off on button? I tried every setting so far, but none seem to help with missing an action here and there. It's the button. I like the option where you can manipulate it with left and right click instead of having to click the button. I don't remember what the setting is called for it. But that one I like. But ultimately, it's just something you have to practice, unfortunately. Okay, we have resolved Maxi and Fuva. Now I just hope I don't get decked out, I guess. We had to do it kind of preemptively. But okay. Once this game is done, I can tell you what settings I use. I can show you in the thingy because I never remember exactly what it's called, but I can show you what it looks like. But then, like, the thing is, I think no matter what setting you decide for, is still something you need to practice. And I still mess it up sometimes because, especially with something like Nibiru, I think Nibiru is my biggest problem when it comes to toggling, because with Nibiru, often I want to hold it until a certain point. But sometimes I'm like afraid that my opponent is just going to pass the turn. So I'm afraid to just toggle off and them just moving to end phase. And then I accidentally show them the Nibiru too early. I gotta practice that. Other than that, I think if I'm focused, my toggle is fine. Oh, their hand is so cracked. Their hand is so cracked, but I think I'm fine. Unless they can deck me out. But I'm not sure if that's possible. Ooh, okay. Maybe no longer fine. All right, we'll see. Bro, what kind of hat? 45 cards, hello? Well, you can't activate that under draw. That's kind of whatever. Okay, dude. Holy shit. Yeah. This is really bad because it's my follow-up too. They can bring it back, right? Is the problem. They just bring it back. Oh, God. Kind of forgot about that. Maybe I had to use this on the on this. This deck, yeah, this deck is very cringe. They should just ban all the barrier statues. It's very weird why that's not happened yet. Yeah. All right, let me show you the settings that I'm using. Someone asked. Game settings. So, Duel, I think this is the one. Okay. So, obviously, you want to have self-chain on. You want to have activation. I have it to custom. This is because this is the setting you asked for, right? Like, you've got auto, hold 1, hold 2, hold 3, which I don't know what the difference is. You've got switch, which I believe is just the fact that you have the button down there and you can switch manually by clicking on the button. Then there's switch plus hold, which I believe gives you the button, and also if you hold left click, it goes on. If you hold right click, it goes off, which is basically what I'm using. But I think the difference between this and custom is that in custom, you can select which is your automatic setting at the start. Like when the game starts, is it on, auto, or off, right? And that's what you can do with custom. So basically, when you make it custom, you can make it exactly what you want it to be. So for example, show switch button is on. So obviously I have the button to turn it on, auto, and off. Then reset activation confirmation settings, which is leaves the setting for activation confirmation at the end of the turn unchanged. I put this to no change because I don't want my thingy to go from off to on or whatever. But you can do this, right? You can do it so it automatically switches to on, auto, or off at the end of your turn if you prefer that. At the beginning of the duel, I have it to auto because I don't want my opponent to immediately see I have Maxi in hand, for example. But this depends on the format. I think if there's a format where you want a Maxi in draw phase, then you could put it to on at the beginning of the duel. And then it's just the left button turns it on and the right button turns it off for me. Yeah. Ultimately, I think whatever settings you use is fine as long as you're familiar with them and as long as you practice them, because I do think it is an important skill that I also misplay with sometimes. But yeah. All right, y'all. It is getting so hot in my room. I gotta leave it. Gonna call it a day for today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the support as per usual. I hope you enjoyed the little bit of TCG we did in the beginning, the little bit of OCG, and then a little bit of Master Duel, just a little bit of everything today. So I hope there was something for everybody. I will be back tomorrow, and I will hopefully see you guys then. If you haven't followed yet, make sure to consider dropping a follow to the stream if you enjoyed your time, and when you want to get a notification when I'm live again tomorrow. Until then, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Hopefully it's not too hot wherever you are. I'm gonna see who's playing Master Duel right now that I can raid. And then you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Once again, thank you for watching. And I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.